is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, Sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the Sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Mother effing melts.
You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye. Boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The Sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we just secured the bag.
But, like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be like my favorite movie. Time Con. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
To keep themselves safe.
But I keep to myself, stacking high green. You're in debt to your health, AARP. Ancient open my wealth, and my OP's getting dumber every day. Ha! Up in the gym, but I never need a witness. Tonic and gin, when I work it on my fitness. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot rod. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bun. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bun. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bun. All natural, better give her her scent. They say, Blondie, how you getting those abs? Hey, Bobby, let me call you a cab, long legs. I'm a woman, stem my eggs. Fertile, healthy, and stem my traits. Flowing free like the Thames, and my haters getting madder every day. Ha! I'm Becca, I'm God. I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. I'm Becca, I'm God. I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. I'm Becca, I'm God. I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. I'm Becca, I'm God. I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. I'm God. my God.
Say his name and he appears. I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry. 'Cause you're loving London and Paris and Tokyo, America, Scotland and Canada and Mexico. They say I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry.
Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show Saturday night. We made it. Yeah. I'm glad to see you all here. This is amazing. I'm so glad. How was your guys' weeks? This is to cap the week off, right? I'm so excited. There's lots of awesome wrestling news to get to and things to talk about, and there's tons of it, and I'm just so excited. So, ladies and gentlemen, you already know I'm at Pro Wrestle Times and at Pro Wrestle Clips. You already know that's why you're here. Consider liking, consider subscribing, and consider becoming a member, getting access to my bonus shows on Member Mondays. That's fun. And I have a Patreon, patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. And what else? PWT podcasts. Stay on the lookout for those. I got some other great ones coming. I've done a couple of great ones. Also, check me out on, I did, what are my plugs here? I forget. Oh, so I did White Heat with JJ Alexander, and our guy Maddie was there. That was awesome. And that was a great show. I had such a blast. And I also was on Hughesy's stream talking about J.J. Abrams, and does he stink or does he not stink? Is he a good director, writer-director, or not? Okay? So that's what I got up to yesterday. Those are my plugs, and I'm watching Creed right now, I believe. That's what's on while I await Collision to come on. Okay? And also UFC was incredible. UFC in Paris was on, Clash in Paris, UFC Clash in Paris, as I call it. And yeah, it went down during the day and it was awesome. It was a good, watching this. This movie's really good, man. Jesus Christ. Michael B. Jordan rules. No. So Collision's coming on, and I'm excited, and I'm really looking forward to getting to all this news. There is a lot today. We're going to jump right into the deep end, though. We're not going to start off with like miscellaneous and shit like that, like we typically do. But make sure you check out those streams, make sure you check out those pods and all that good shit. And I really appreciate you all for being here. How are you all doing? Let me know. Rabid Wolverines LC Killer 17 for 5 says, guess who's back? Back again. AJ Lee's back. Tell a friend. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Dude. We're going to talk all about that. We're going to dive into that right away. We're going to start things off with a SmackDown review. Okay?
Acknowledge me.
Done Did What Now became a new member just now, so everybody get like Done Did What Now and get access to the bonus shows on Mondays. Okay. Or you can gift a membership. That's a nice thing to do as well. So guys, without further ado, we have so much to get to, and welcome everybody. This is going to be so fun. So we're going to jump over here to Bleacher Report, okay, as just sort of a guide. We're going to freestyle review this. I don't know. I don't necessarily have a drop for reviews. So we're just going to get right into things. SmackDown last night, Chicago. I watched it on Netflix. For SmackDown, they still have the goofy music during the commercials. So they keep doing different things. And I don't know if it's just like random. Triple H is like, just hit that random thing for Netflix. Like, I don't know how they choose what goes on during the commercials on what night or what week, but it seems ever changing thus far. The show kicks off, man. John Cena comes out. Now, when the show kicks off with John Cena, and the rumors and innuendo are that Brock Lesnar is in the building, okay? You know this night's going to be crazy. It pretty much stooges like AJ's going to be there, which is totally fine. Totally fine by me. The way that, Twitter these days, people just can't wait to leak the bodyslam.net has the fucking call sheet or like has the schedule, the itinerary for the evening, right? And then they just blast it out on Twitter. Someone grabs it and fucking copy paste it, whatever. No spoiler warnings and none of that. So I had seen just scrolling excited for SmackDown because I was legit excited. And maybe I can explain my AJ Lee fandom a little bit. So again, you guys know, I've said it a billion times. I'm an Ospreay fan. I like Mike Bailey and shit. I get the going full sicko mode style of wrestling and all that. I get it. It's fun for sure. You can't do it all the time, every week, all the time. It gets tiresome, just like anything else, right? If you're trying to do weekly wrestling, there's sort of like a formula that's been tried and true for a long fucking time, and even through the ebbs and flows, what typically rises to the top is just like it's people are just chalking it up to nostalgia. That's such a bullshit thing, and we're going to talk about that this evening, okay? As we talk about sickos who melted down about AJ Lee, but whatever. I'm not going to get into all that right now. Let's just talk about SmackDown. And my AJ Lee fandom is just like, she was a dope wrestler in the time where there wasn't a lot of dope wrestlers. And with Natty Neidhart, her being Canadian is one thing, okay? But I'm a fan of her for that reason as well. I'm a huge fan of hers. And I'm a big fan of Paige for that reason as well. I'm a big fan of Emma. You guys remember Emma, the trippy raver girl gimmick when she was doing that? You guys remember her? I'm a big fan of her. She was tearing it up in NXT and shit at a time when, like, you weren't really seeing it. Like when Triple H got that black and gold going, Neville was like the NXT champ. That guy fucking ruled, dude. I love Pac to this day. Whatever. All of that aside, that's why I'm a mark for her. Am I like, I'm the biggest AJ Lee fan that ever existed, man? Definitely not. Am I like, all of her matches were classics, man? Definitely not. But are people fucking dumb trying to pull up her cage match ratings and shit? It's ridiculous. The hate she's getting. Guys, they made a fucking movie. The Rock made a movie starring Florence P. about Paige's life where AJ Lee's the final boss. That's all you got to know about her legend and shit. So I'll just leave it at that. I'm a big fan. But am I like sitting here, oh my God, I'm the biggest fucking... No, I'm indifferent. If she never came back, I wouldn't be like, man, it's a travesty. But I'm so glad this happened. And it's fucked because this was another AEW moment that ultimately got fumbled for them. This could have been them. And I don't want to hear anybody in AEW or any sickos fucking pretending like they don't think AJ Lee was Raw in her prime. You know what I mean, dude? Like, she was and people are like, man, she was overrated. Like, she didn't even wrestle that good. At the era she was in, she stood the fuck out. She looks in better shape right now than she did then. Than 99% of the roster. I'm not even shitting on the roster, okay? On the women's roster. But AJ Lee looks to be in the best shape of her life, and I'm excited. She looked really good in what she was doing with Becky there. Looks like she can still hang, man. And yeah, I'm excited for what's to come with that. Anyways, and this was a great moment in Chicago as well. Now, is AJ Lee from Chicago too? Like, I know she lives there and stuff, and she's, you know, married to Punk and all that, but was she born there? That's what I actually don't know. Or isn't she from like Jersey or something? Why do I think Jersey? Let me actually look it up. AJ Lee. Where was she born at? New Jersey. Boom, I nailed it. Yeah, see, I don't know why I thought that. Well, because it's what it is, and I must remember it from back in the day. So there you go. Either way, though. But Cena kicked off the show. I'm already marking out about AJ Lee because I can't contain myself. Cena kicked off the show. And so he comes out and he gives a great promo, and he's like, man, I started here, and like, it was so crazy. Like, I remember one of my fond memories of my childhood, or I don't even know how old I was, maybe not even childhood. Like, I may have been, what would the year have been? Like 02, so I'd have been like 11 or 12 or some shit. I don't know. I'm no mathematician. I'm no Dave Meltzer over here, okay? But Cena makes his debut. Now, at the time, I remember I went and created him on like my No Mercy on N64 like the next day, because I'm pretty sure that same SmackDown didn't like Rey Mysterio debut on that show, or it was like one of his second match or something. And then wasn't there like a cage in the main event? And then Rey jumped off the cage, or was that like the second week Cena was there? Either way, I remember that shit fondly because that was a cool era of SmackDown for me personally. I loved that era of SmackDown. And it was crazy seeing him be like, it's my last SmackDown, and he's on SmackDown. I don't know, his last ever SmackDown. Crazy. Think about that wild ride of his career. Fucking thank you, Cena. Okay? Marking out like a little kid at this point. That's when Sami Zayn comes out with the U.S. title, and he was acting kind of weird, which is what, and the fans started booing him. Why? Because he wasn't like high-fiving and laughing, and he was acting a little weird, dude. And the fact that they were booing him was perfect, because everyone's like, what's with the Sami hate? It's not that there's hate on Sami. It's just in that moment, he had to take a bullet because Cena's so fucking beloved. Even though Cena was booed out of that building in Chicago so many fucking times, he's beloved. Okay, and Sami was acting weird, and that was genius on his part. He's so good. Sami's so good. He's great. He's huge. He's great. One of the best. So Sami comes out with the U.S. title, and then it clicks instantly. You know it's about to happen. Like, this is leading to Sami's gonna challenge Cena tonight for the fucking, put his belt on the line, and you knew it was coming. And like, again, another full circle moment. Sami, I think, debuted against Cena for the U.S. title in the Open Challenge, or it was like his, it's, I guess, technically his debut, but it was like, hey, I'm from NXT and I'm not called up yet, but I challenge you type shit in your Open Challenge. It was a situation like that. Chat will remind me. However, just a full circle moment again. It's so crazy. Synchronicity. We're flowing. We're blocking out the good. We're blocking out the bad. We're harnessing the good. I butchered the bit. Okay. Either way, though, it's like, this shit is awesome. And you know, like, okay, Sami can fucking have a match with a broomstick. Like, he's a guy Shinsuke's debuting. Okay, Sammy, like he's just the guy you can throw in there with anyone and he can make him look good. And then they proceed. Cena accepts the challenge. I think it dragged on a little long, but you can tell like Cena was not the match, like the promo stuff, but Cena and Sammy are just doing their thing. They're both so over and they had a lot of time to kill. They go into their match. This match is fucking banging. Now, is Cena yelling spots across the fucking... You can hear him up in the popcorn stand. Yes. Okay, is Cena fucking just yelling spots? Absolutely. Okay. Are they doing all the shit he's yelling and is everything working? Absolutely. And then you get to a point where Sami Zayn, I don't know, let's go through the shit here. So Cena starts doing nostalgic bits like of all of his greatest rivals, so he hits an angle slam, he gets the ankle lock, Sammy breaks out, he goes to the STF, Sammy breaks out of that. We see, I think Sammy hit an attitude adjustment. Did Cena hit a haluva kick? I'm not sure if they traded finishes or why. I can't remember exactly, but Cena also hit the spear in homage to Edge. The crowd started chanting RKO, RKO, RKO. So then you see Cena yell it out. He's yelling to Sammy. Fucking hit the RKO, reverse it, clothesline or whatever. He's just yelling it out. All good though, dude. Cena won last time, okay? On SmackDown. I'm just marking out. I'm like, this match is crazy too. I'm not naming all the shit they did either, and they kept it in the ring. Did they brawl out? I don't even think they brawled outside the ring. They kept it all in the ring. It's fucking genius. Cena's so underrated too for keeping matches in the ring. He's notorious for I'm gonna F you 4 guys off my shoulders through the announce table and shit. I know that, but he also is good at just all right, we got to keep this thing in and around the ring. Maybe you go outside for Sammy's DDT and shit. I don't even think they did that. I don't even know if they left the ring. So we get to a spot essentially. Oh yeah, and then Cena goes for the RKO. Sammy reverses it. Cena hits a lariat. Perfect. They go up for an avalanche AA. Cena hits it. They're both laid out flat. They're done. The crowd's going insane. Out of nowhere, Brock Lesnar's music hits. I didn't know it was going to happen then. But I did figure okay, it'll end up in a DQ or something because, Sammy's got to retain. They're not going to have him pin Cena. So, yeah, dude, Brock comes out, F5 to Sammy, F5 to John Cena, storms out of the ring. No music, which I thought was weird. They didn't play Brock's music out as he walked out, which was fine, but I just thought it was that would have been better. And then Brock goes into Gorilla. He cuts a little promo hey, I'll see you at WrestlePalooza, bitch. And yeah, we're getting that match. We already knew that's going to be fucking awesome. This match is what, a DQ, a no contest? I don't know what they declare it. So I think we go backstage and we see Jade. I'm just freestyling now. I don't really know if that's in this guy's notes here, but I think Jade and Tiffy have a little whatever. Nick Aldis is running around backstage. He's like, oh, I don't have time for anybody's shit today, whatever. And then Jade and Tiffy are kind of beefing. Nia gets in the mix, whatever. We move along. Priest and Aleister Black take each other on. Now, allegedly, this is an allegedly. Priest has heat on him or something like that. Now, I mean, I don't know. It's just shit you hear, okay? Not a dirt sheet, just saying it. And to you guys, do you not feel like he was kind of fun? I might be skipping over Julia, guys. I'll circle back. We're just all over the place here. I'm kind of just going off. So to me, and I heard this a while back, and then I messaged the person who said that to me, and I was like, are you the one who told me that? And they were like, yep. And I was like, okay, because he looked like he's phoning it in and he lost again. And I don't fucking know. I can read what was the reasoning, I guess. And again, I don't believe, like, whatever. This isn't fucking got to push in a new contract and stop putting in the effort, stop training as hard, etc. So, I mean, that could all be bullshit. Who knows? But did he have a little bit of boo-boo face? Or we just... That's how I felt. I was like, man, these matches. So other than the Cena match, there was 2 other matches, right? And they both were just not that good. I got to be honest. And the crowd just went completely mild for the matches as well. And Black was out there just, it seemed like giving it his all. And Priest, I just don't know what it was about him. He just seemed like not that into it. And he took a clean L. I don't know what's going on, man. But it was weird, and it made me go, didn't someone say something to me? I got to fucking message and see if that was a thing, because holy shit, you know? And it, like, you know, Priest has been there. This whole Black was in AEW. Why is Black getting the push over Priest? And then you look at Rusev and Sheamus, and I think Rusev is 2-1 in that trilogy, and he just came back from AEW too. And I think now Black is 2-1 in this Priest trilogy, and it's like, okay. Those guys were in the other company for fucking 5 years or whatever. Seems odd. While Priest was holding it down in Puerto Rico, Chambea, you know, that's all I'm saying, man. I'd be riding with my guys, dude. So, and then Sheamus, right? But Trips like competed with Sheamus back in the day as well. So I don't know if, like, does he value a Sheamus the way? And I'm not saying these guys are buried. I'm just saying people were like, wow, I can't believe Sheamus lost. You know, I saw a lot of that. I felt that way a little bit at the PLE. And then with this one, I felt like Priest had a bit of boo-boo face, man. Anyways, maybe I'm just looking into it too much. Julia versus Mitchin. This was the first time where Kiana James didn't help. Like, I've been digging Kiana James with Julia the whole time. This is the first time where I'm like, she's detracting from this match and situation here. It's too much. Mitchin, and I'm not trying to, she usually puts on pretty solid matches, you know? I'm not like the biggest Mitchin fan in the world, but she's, you know, I mean, damn, her match with Jada Parker, like, she'll just put on a banger every now and again, right? I don't know what was up with this. Julia felt off maybe a little bit too. Well, Julia's all like, I'm this heel, but I'm wearing like bubble gum colors and shit. I don't know. Go back to like the black and the silver and shit. I think that looked cool. And then I don't know. I'm not like saying Mitchin was off or anything, but again, just a match that just felt like something was off and the crowd wasn't fully into it. And maybe I'm wrong about that. You guys can let your boy Phil know if I'm off on that. That's how I felt. Then we get into the final segment. And again, a show that had like 4 main segments. Right? I mean, you can count. There was like a couple backstage things, I think, that happened that were relatively insignificant, you know? Just killing time on TV until the main event, which was not a match, but it was Seth up in the crowd hiding like a wiener. And it was the setup was so obvious as well, but it's the good kind of obvious, because why is Seth just up in the fucking stands and shit? Well, because we need Becky to slap Punk again and him not get physical with anybody because Seth's out of reach, so that AJ Lee can come out this time and get the big pop. Now, this does feel rushed and shit like that. And I know a lot of these sickos and wackos and marks online see like the video of, oh, AJ Lee just signed her deal, like pen to paper right here. But guys, like, there's no way. Listen, she signed something digitally at the very least before they show up and do a pen to paper. Like, that pen to paper shit is way more for camera, for the fucking socials, than it is IRL. They're not investing money and time making graphics, airplanes, all this shit, and then, oh, she might just bail and show up in Tony Khan's Fed. That's not how it works in 2025. Okay, so I know they take those little fucking videos for the views and all that. But this has been in the works for some time now. It's obvious this is where the story was leading as well. It was so funny seeing the sheets be like, well, she might be there. It's like, oh, you really think it's going to be Rhea? Like, really? It's too perfect. It was like when Punk returned at War Games. It was like, it's way too perfect for him not to. Right? And people who knew he was training for something. And it's like, well, he ain't going back to the fucking UFC, dude. He ain't going back to AEW. So what is it? So that was hilarious to me too. The merch don't lie either. WWE stooged it and everything. And it's all good. The moment was not, it was almost sweeter because of it. And they milked it till the very end of the show. And I won't lie. The first time Becky was slapping the shit out of Punk and all that, that was awesome. I thought that segment ruled. It was all good. This time it was getting a little cringe. Like, they tried to milk it out a little too much. And when Punk was like, they deserve to chant AJ Lee. Again, some people might go, oh, that, and I haven't seen anybody see this. I'm just fence sit and Phil. So I try to point out both sides of our debates or arguments. Some people could say that blew the lead a little bit, and that would be a fair critique, but I would argue it fucking didn't, because it almost gave you a little hair of doubt, like a sliver of doubt, like, oh, he just said it, so maybe it's not that, because he starts bringing up these other wrestlers and shit. And yeah, it was really well done. And then, but when Punk left the ring and then is like, I know someone who can, we all knew it was going to be AJ. They kept her music the same. Light it up. Is that what they're saying? I don't even know what they're saying. Light it up. Write it down and light it up. You know what I mean? And she came out. She took her sweet ass time, which is what you do. She was like fully in her character, looked in the best shape of her life, which, as you've seen online, like, she didn't even need to come back to wrestling, and she's in that type of shape. And here's the thing. If I'm not mistaken, she like wrote or produced that Cowboy Bebop show as well. She has ties with the flicks, guys. So as soon as like Punk is on Netflix, and as soon as they went to Netflix, I was like, AJ Lee in my mind, Judas in my mind, contemplation. That's the new hit when Jericho comes back. I'm contemplation. I'm doing backup vocals. So I knew, like, okay, AJ, it's just a matter of time, because Netflix has given her money before. You know what I mean? So, anyways, it was awesome. It was such a moment that, think about this, man. AJ Lee did insane social media numbers. All these motherfuckers too want to be like, well, it was just this era of like shitty. It's overrated. That's fine. Have your opinions. Like, I don't give a fuck. But I think the social media impressions and the excitement and all, like, just what you see online and whatever, whether it's WWE's connections, like just what is being published about it and the way that place erupted for her, the pop she got, all of the wrestlers being like, fucking AJ rules. I think that is more, I think that outweighs like that's the impact she left. Here's the other thing with AJ Lee, where she got so over with me, I was like, I fucking love her so much, was when she dropped her version of the pipe bomb, and you could see Natty was really mad. If you go back and watch that, the Bellas are just like, blah, blah, blah. Like they're just think it's all, they don't even understand that she's really shooting on them. But Natty, you can tell, it's like, AJ, like you can tell she's like, fuck. And I don't know, man. That was just such a legendary moment as well. And then her story too is similar to Punk's. Like she dipped out. It's been a decade. And it's not like Hogan coming back and, bruh, we're running wild, dude, in TNA or something. Like she looks to be in peak condition. I mean, you've seen her wrestle a little bit in that show Heels. I know that's a few years ago, but she can still go. I'm sure she's staying sharp. I'm sure her and Punk, work some things out in the bedroom. Oh, go, but oops. So, with all due respect. And yeah, a round of applause for SmackDown and AJ Lee's return. We have news. We have fucking, people's reactions. We have all type of shit this evening. And that was my review of SmackDown. Was that good, chat? Let me know. Let me know in the chat. So Wrestling Russ for 2 says, Phil, only 4 stars in a 5-star poll? I know, dude. And if it was in Japan, the 5th one would be allowed. Yeah, dude, you can only add 4 options on the fucking polls. So I realized that, and I was just like, well, fuck it. I'll just put 4. And that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it is. Things will never be the same. So, guys, speaking of polls, there's a poll in the chat. What was your level of excitement out of 4 stars? Michelin stars, Gordon Ramsay. And shout out Gordon Ramsay, by the way. I think the man announced he has like cancer or something. I'm a huge fan of his programs. Okay, so hopefully he's beats that shit and kicks out of that for sure. Okay, guys, youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. We're live there. If you're on X, consider checking me out over on YouTube. Chat is awesome. You guys come hang out, talk some shit. youtube.com/@ProWrestleTimes. The replay will be over there. We're almost at 7,100 subs on this channel, though. Thank you so much. And we're on our way to like 2,100 subs over on the other channel. So you guys are fucking awesome. And yeah, appreciate you guys so much for tuning in and tuning out. We have so much to get to. So let's dive right the fuck. Barrett's, that's a story as well. We got to get going into things here as Creed and what's his name? Kang. Why am I forgetting Kang's name? Jonathan Majors. Jonathan Majors and Michael B. Jordan box in the main event. More compelling than no. What's the main event here on Collision? I know Tony Khan was like hyping up his card and stuff. We'll get into all that. Okay, guys. So let's get into, I'll play an official breaking news for this next WWE news. So we talked about it before, man. AJ Lee, she returned, and what a return it was. And she signed a multi-year deal with WWE on a full-time basis. And again, Phil, don't miss, I told you guys, hey, if she like comes back, this isn't a one-off. She'll be there like Punk is regularly. I could even see her wrestling a lot more. Look at the fucking shape she's in, dude. She didn't take any of those nasty AEW bumps or injuries like CM Punk did either. So perfect stuff, dude. And yeah, I'm curious how many years that was. Here is the ink to paper. Now, hey, for legal purposes, yeah, you fucking do this, but there's for sure, we're in 2025, folks. She signed some digital shit in some capacity before, without a doubt. And let's hear this little exchange a little. And people are wanting this to be on WWE Unreal Season 2. I think that's already done filming Season 2 of Unreal. And it's my understanding as well that as long as WWE, like once a year, they have to do a season of Unreal. That's the documentary series that was written in the deal or whatever. So I think they may have already filmed all of that, but it would be cool if maybe they were filming up until this point and this is like the final part of it, like the last episode, or that'd be fucking awesome. I'm not hating on that idea. I think it might all have been filmed already. So who knows?
Hello. Can I wear this on air? Is that cool? Thank you.
Ready?
I am.
Let's do it. Want to do the honors first? 10 long years. It's a hell of a moment.
Thanks for having me out.
Thank you for trusting us.
Thanks for having me.
It's been awesome.
So what did she say? Hold on, let me go back here. I'm really trying to. I didn't listen to this before.
Thanks for having me out.
Thank you for trusting us.
Thanks for having me.
It's been awesome.
She just plays it real cool. Thanks for having me.
I keep saying I'm a little disassociated from my body, but that's just like how I process things. I get real quiet.
That's awesome. So AJ Lee, she returned. Yeah, people are just marking out. I guess I was just bookmarking shit as as we were going there. Speaking of CM Punk and AJ Lee, CM Punk showed up at and sang "Take Me Out" to the ball game at the Cubs game.
All right, Chicago, I need the world to know that we keep us safe. Sing along with me if you know the words. A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I ever get.
He's got like that emo punk singing voice. Where are you? I can't even do it. It's so emo. Punk rock man.
It's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. All right, Chicago.
Awesome. Good shit, pal. And so let's move along here. John Cena, we talked about his retirement match will be in December, I think the 13th, right? And it'll be in Washington, D.C. I mean, the president will fucking be there. I'm willing to put money on that. So I'm calling it right now. Here is Nikki Bella and Dolph Ziggler, Nick Nemeth, like flirting. Nikki's like, no, Dolph, I won't have your babies, LOL. Or are those eyes because you were way more not coward than me? And then Nick Nemeth, Dolph Ziggler goes, oh, I thought this was Brie. Never mind. Yes.
And
so Japan, there's a Japan Super Show. We talked about it a little bit before, but we're seeing like Julia and Nakamura being heavily promoted. Someone mocked up this poster here. Will fucking Logan Paul be there? Oh my god. But yeah, that's awesome. I can't wait for that. Anytime WWE goes to Japan, it's super cool. You guys remember when Tajiri and William Regal like won the tag titles in Japan or whatever? That was awesome. So numerous people of influence within WWE and this is a rumor from Fightful, have pushed for the company to hold a major event in China, in the coming years. Specifically, Hong Kong has been mentioned as a location, with a PLE discussed internally within WWE as a possibility. And yeah, man, they're going fucking global. We've beat that to death here. Do we really need to explain the continents and, and the fucking countries they're going into? We don't. So a WWE fan met up with Nick Khan at Universal Studios' Halloween Horror Nights and expressed to him that WWE ticket prices are too high right now. Maybe this should have been in the Sicko segment.
Excuse me?
The wacko segment. It's equally as wacko as it is sicko. Okay.
You Nick Khan?
Yes, sir.
You are, sir? I'm a huge WWE fan.
Did you go to the Wire?
Yes, I did. I was actually the second man. Is it okay if I record? I'm live on Twitch. Okay, yeah, that's cool. No problem. It's a pleasure to meet you, though, man. Loving the product right now, everything that's going on. Looking forward to the ESPN and everything. You guys are doing a great job.
Thanks, man.
I'm going to be honest, though. The prices are a little crazy, but it's great. It's great.
They're too cheap, you're saying?
No, they're a little too steep. At least for me, that's just me. That's just me. But I still love the product, man. I've been watching for years. So thank you for everything you do, man, and everything. And the Wyatt Six Nays, that was great. That was really great. So Bray Wyatt would definitely be proud, man. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you so much. Oh, sorry. What? Dude!
Okay, but he just like joked with him quick. He wasn't like, hey, man, your fucking price is way too high. But at least he said it, though. At least he just gave fair. Like, that's a real fan to, like, consumer to fucking Nick Khan criticism he got anecdotally in his life that may resonate with them a little bit. But they're just, again, he's a cutthroat, ruthless billionaire. He doesn't give a fuck ultimately what this guy's saying. But it is cool that, like, at least they had that human interaction, I guess. I don't know. Or maybe Nick Khan's a lizard person. Who knows?
We just fucking met Nick Khan, dude.
Here's the thing. I don't know if I would mark that hard if I met Nick Khan. I'm not like a fan of Nick Khan, you know? I'm a fan of like what he's done, but I don't like, you know, if I met like Nicolas Cage or something, I'd be like, holy shit, you know? But Nick Khan, I'm okay. What's up, dude? Am I the only one? I don't know. I just feel like I wouldn't mark out over that, really. It'd be like, you're cool, you know. What's up, sir? Like, I'd call him sir and shit. I wouldn't be disrespectful. It'd be like, you know, I wouldn't like fucking holy shit, Triple H. I'd be like, you know.
And no, I'm not, dude. I should have asked. Hold on. I can't ask.
Yeah, he's like, I should wait a minute. I let him slide too easy. I should have asked him some other shit. In an update on the case against Liv Morgan's alleged stalker, the United States government filed a motion yesterday attempting to prevent Sean Chan, the Canadian man charged, from being released. So the government was like, yeah, fuck this guy. Good. #America, dude. Being released from incarceration before his trial, which is expected to be this November. Prosecutors noted the defendant, Sean Chan, is a danger to the community. Good. A serious risk of flight. Yeah. And there are no conditions of release that will reasonably assure Chan's appearance at further proceedings of this case. The United States requests that Chan remain detained pending trial. And here's the thing, dude. Canada is crazy about letting people in with DUIs, gun charges and shit, especially like violent criminals and shit. They won't let them in or leave the country, you know? And that's the other thing too. If you do crazy shit in Canada, you're here. Like, they won't let you leave. So this Sean Chan guy, send ice on him, dude, deport his ass. No, I'm just kidding. But like, I'm sure America is like, fuck this guy, but they're doing the right thing by like not letting him out into America society, you know? And Canada is definitely going to be like, we don't want this asshole if he did some illegal shit. If he traveled to America to do some crazy shit, the ins and outs and the laws and all of that and how it works, right? But I'm sure Canada's like, keep him. You know? Xavier Woods on WWE Unreal. And dude, look at this outfit. It's so funny. It's like he's at a funeral or something. I love when Boo Day is doing this. If I want to know how the tricks are done, he basically just criticizes Unreal. Let's hear if he's in gimmick or not.
This is a heavy.
He's dressed like he's in character. Let's see if he's speaking in character.
Question that I will answer as best I can. I love Magic. I love David Blaine. What's his name? Copperfield. All these things. I don't want to know how the tricks are done, so I don't go searching for information on how the tricks are done. If I want to know how the tricks are done,
yeah, he's kind of like kayfabing, you
then
know?
I will go find out how the tricks are done. But I will not complain about now knowing how the tricks are done after I've looked up the information of how the tricks are done.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. When everything gets spoiled, you can't then like be mad that it was good or whatever. Like, especially when we all know AJ's gonna be there because everyone's spoiling it, and it's pretty obvious by watching the show, and then like it's still good and you're gonna be bitter about that. That's crazy to me.
It's a solid answer.
This is
like, it's even harder to pull off when everybody knows. So Aaliyah Mysterio's been spotted training alongside WWE stars at the Dungeon, so she's getting into the family biz. Here's LA Knight telling people to put their shopping carts back. Yeah.
Do you put the shopping cart back or leave it when you're done?
Who doesn't put it back? Don't be a jerk. Put your damn shopping carts back. You don't put your shopping cart back? Are you serious?
Depends on the day, LA Knight.
Oh my God! Okay,
wait. If there's like, like in the aisle end of the parking lot, if there's like six,
do you throw your trash on the ground?
No. Wait. If there's like 6 other shopping carts all stacked and like impromptu, am I okay to add mine to that pile that someone else has to already clean up? Someone gets paid to do that.
That's at least, yes, they do. But like, if people have to park in the parking spots, you're just leaving your carts laying all around like a graveyard. They have specific. No, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
No.
Yeah, I'm a put the cart back thing. I'll even, like, if it's like an older woman, or I'll be like, here's a loony for the car. I'll just give her my cart. You know, you got to put the carts back, man. A loony. You guys are like, what the fuck is that? You take it's a dollar. Okay, we have coins for loonies and toonies. I'm sure a lot of you do know this. And you put a loony into the cart, it unlocks it, and then you can pull it off the rack. But people still just leave carts laying all over the parking lot.
I shouldn't have added myself.
Bring this back. So look, the people do not get paid to go and pick up your carts at random all throughout the damn parking lot. They are paid to go out and grab them from the little receptacle where you put the carts, and then to bring them back in the store. If you were a solid, decent human being, any of you out there, and you put your cart back, you put it back into the damn thing so that the guy can orderly and properly put it back into the damn store, and then also so everybody can park in their parking spots, you jerks. Don't leave your carts around. Put your carts back and don't litter.
Yeah, dummies. Where's my dummy? Yeah, Shaq. Who is that? Shaq Wrestling or whatever? Dummy.
Yeah.
Nah. We don't leave our
Do you put the
laying around. So JBL hopes to see Chris Jericho return to WWE. He says, I hope so, because he made such a big name there. He was the first undisputed champion, all this stuff, beat The Rock and Stone Cold on the same night. I remember seeing him back in the early 90s. I was over working for Tenryu as my first big-time step up in a Japanese company. They were doing the junior heavyweight tournament there, and Chris was a part of that when I was younger. I remember seeing him then. No, we thought you were older. I remember seeing him then. I'm just kidding. I love you, JBL. It's all good. We're good. Don't lariat me. Don't just show up where I am out of nowhere and fucking lariat me wearing a duster, looking cool as shit. Man, if this guy lives, he's going to be fantastic. I say that because they were doing so much crazy stuff at the time. It was wild what they were doing. Everywhere he's been a massive star. I don't know if this negotiation, if he's not coming in, this is great negotiation for whatever he's doing. It's smart. Chris is obviously a very smart guy. All the stuff that he's done outside of the business, I hope he does, mainly because I watch a lot more WWE than I watch anything else, and I'd love to be able to see him. Yeah, it's definitely the move, dude. Speaking of which, this is from Denise Salcedo. And then she's just ripped a video from wherever, I think Hollywood Reporter or whatever. He's on a carpet or he's at a show. I can't exactly recall, but Chris Jericho was asked by pardon me, it's right there, the Daily Mail. Dummy, speaking of dummies, about the rumors that he will be going to WWE, and he just flat out had an answer.
Chris Jericho was asked about the rumors that he is going to WWE. Well, this is what he had to say. Shout out to the Daily Mail for providing this video.
The best thing that can happen in wrestling is AEW. And the fact that there's two huge promotions that you can choose from just makes it better for the guys, it makes it better for the fans and everybody in between. So I'm not going anywhere for a while. I'm still with AEW for right now. Would I go back to WWE? I wouldn't be opposed to it. We'll just have to see what happens. The best thing that could happen is you have two great teams that you can play for, and that just makes everything bigger and more exciting.
Chris,
he looks kind of burnt out. No, is he on tour or something right now? What's going on? He just looks a little burnt out. Maybe it was like a bad flight. He's jet lagged or something. Who knows? But doesn't he look a little burnt there? And damn, I wonder. Yeah. He should go back to WWE. I just think it would be good for like his overall business, and AEW doesn't need him right now. It's not like if he comes back, it's going to help their ratings and shit. They need to figure it out on their own and keep building up like Fletcher and get some guys that people want to tune in to see. You got to just start doing it. You have all the guys. Hobbs there, Joe is there. I guess Ospreay and Swerve are gone, which is pretty crazy. But I mean, yeah, if Monet's everything she's talking, then let's see those ratings increase. So WWE Clash in Paris draws weak numbers on Netflix. So let's read this. I believe this is from Dave, though. And it's Dave Meltzer. And he's like, when we looked at country to country, I think I posted this all in Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment, but this headline is coming from The Observer. And so I wouldn't put anything to that. We'll talk about it later. The animated series Hulk Hogan's Rockin' Wrestling is coming to the WWE Vault YouTube channel. Episodes will release in batches of 4 every Saturday morning starting tomorrow at 6 a.m. Eastern. So again, dude, they're trying to what a lot of these channels do, like they'll play these old shows, Goosebumps, or like Saturday morning cartoons, and it'll just be like a 24-hour live stream of like Cartoon Network shows or whatever you're into. These channels are starting to do that, so they're kind of, I like this. WWE's like, hey, people watch TV on YouTube, essentially. A lot of people, that's the TV they watch, is YouTube. And here you go. Here's 4 episodes. So what are those, like 22 minutes if there was ads, so that's an hour and some of entertainment for you every Saturday morning. You can sit your kid in front of that if they're going to be, put it on YouTube or whatever. That's cool. I like that. Something I used to do. Everybody remembers that. You wake up Saturday morning, cartoons. It was the shit, so more of that, even though you can just do that on YouTube anyways. I bet all of these episodes, I could just Google them and find them. Google it. So moving along. But nonetheless, though, I'm not opposed to them controlling their content, and then if they like high def it up and all that, I'm good. So Nikki Bella addresses recent comments made by, we'll circle back to that. All the Wade Barrett stuff, we're going to circle back to that. So Ice Spice and Lotto's new single, Yeah, WWE themed cover art. So check that out. And I think we have a clip, one of the memes someone posted. Jesus. I think we have a clip of the music video. So the world premiere, this is the first time anyone's seen it, exclusive to PWT. The world premiere, ladies and gentlemen, of Lotto and Ice Spice. This is a leak. I received this. This is a leak I received from a prolific music leaker. No, another hoe move. It was funny because Hurricane quote tweeted this, and he was like, hey, next time call me to agent the match. I got you on the house or whatever. So how over under until they show up on NXT? No. So let me know what you guys think about that. Sorry I had to like pause the flow, but like, hey, it's YouTube here. I can't just be playing their shit. So speaking of musicians, man, Post Malone told GQ, I think me and Seth Rollins got beef. You can put that on paper too. You, me, Seth, WrestleMania 2026. Come on, baby. And I don't want that. I really don't want that to happen. We talked about Liv. Speaking of WrestleMania, and I talked about this before, the code, like, first off, look at the color scheme. It's white and black. Then they added the gold. Okay, Allegiant Stadium. Go all in packages on sale now. Be there, but they won't last. Blah, 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 all this shit. The priority pass on location. Go all in with the gold and the white. They're taking such petty little fucking jabs at AEW, dude. This is the equivalent. This is the internet version of Eric Bischoff, like, stooging results of matches, you know? This is like that level of pettiness. They're stealing their shit. And what did I tell you guys? Again, Phil, don't fucking miss. The day they announced it, what did I say? WrestleMania, double or nothing.
Dummy, yeah.
It's double or nothing. They're going back. It's at Vegas. It's double or nothing. Go all in, baby. I'm surprised they didn't call this the Elite faction, but that's what they call their figures already. So it's crazy. This is wild that they would do this. It almost makes you talk about AEW more, which is what's crazy. It's almost like WWE stopped doing this. Like, I'm going to say the same shit that I said to AEW. Stop. You don't even need to do this. But the problem, the problem for AEW and Tony Khan, not the problem for fans and not the problem for memesters and trolls and people who fucking are like, fuck AEW. You know, it's a problem for AEW, but it's not really a problem for WWE that they're doing this or their fans, you know? But they're just stealing their thunder in every which way. And it almost, but I'm going to say the same shit, like, stop focusing on AEW so much, although it doesn't really affect them, I guess, in the grand scheme of things. Otherwise, I don't even think they would do this, because all in is like, it's not like everyone's going to be Google searching go all in. But it's almost like they're trying to drown out, like when you type in all in wrestling, what the fuck do you guys think pops up? AEW. If how many of these priority passes are on sale? If a bunch of people are like, oh, WWE all in WrestleMania, that's all I'm saying, man. That's how the algorithm works. It's what fucking people are looking up, keywords, trends, all that kind of shit. You can't really explain it, but I've been so on point with this. Is Collision not fucking on tonight? I'm looking at Jason Biggs, the pie fucker, talking about Ocean's 8-inch sub. So is he about to make me a sandwich? Oh, go. So they're playing Ocean's 8. Oh, wait. Am I on the wrong shit? I'm on TBS. I'm supposed to be on TNT. That's why. My bad. Anyways, there you go. Speaking of AEW, like, I can't even remember what fucking channel it's supposed to be on anymore. Okay, but yeah, this go all in stuff and this WrestleMania double or nothing is hilarious to me. Like, I'm getting a fucking kick out of it personally, but it is petty as shit, dude. And I will say, like, stop. It's almost like the WCW thing where they're winning, and then all of a sudden they're going to shoot themselves in the foot. They're going to, like, keep bringing up AEW until a bunch of people are like, oh, we're going to go watch it now or some shit, you know? Like, what's the next step? Stooging their results? Like, for real, man. But I guess this is a little bit of payback too for them being like trying to steal like September to Remember and just blatantly stealing the ECW shit. But yeah, man, Brandy and Cody Rhodes and AJ Lee and CM Punk and some of these folks have a real vested interest in sticking it to AEW. And it's not a coincidence that, Punk, they know how to hit Tony where it hurts. And going to Vegas again and stealing Vegas, like they already had to move Double or Nothing. And they know what they're doing. The memes write themselves, dude. WrestleMania Double or Nothing. It's right there, dude. And that's what we're calling it. And now that even they're saying it, Black and Gold go all in. They're just fucking rubbing it in at this point, So moving along here. I've beat that to death. We have Stephen Fry. He's revealed that he bought tickets to WWE, speaking of WrestleMania, for WWE WrestleMania 41 after being introduced to pro wrestling by husband Elliot Spencer. Plus Elliot, so he's like, plus Elliot I can't do an accent, dude. I can't do a Stephen Fry. I can't do his voice. Has a great affection for, and I guess you could call it ironic, but it's real WWE. I saw him watching it once. I said, "What on earth are you watching?" And he was that is Roman Reigns. And I just don't know whether I can reveal this extraordinary truth, but I've bought a couple tickets for WrestleMania in Las Vegas. So this year, I've said that to some people and they've gone, well, doesn't he know it's fake? They're bloody talented. And you realize why The Rock is such a good screen actor, because my goodness, he's articulate. And there's a lot to all of this, sweet chin music and your candy ass is mine. Dude, he's dropping bars, sweet chin music and fucking, I could smell what The Rock is cooking. It's Raw. NXT on Tuesday did 655,000 and a 0.14 in the key demo in the ratings. And of course, that hurt Meltzer's ego so badly. Here's an official video from WWE ID highlighting the program's 4 officially partnered schools. So Elite Pro Wrestling Training Center, Nightmare Factory, Reality of Wrestling, Black and Brave Wrestling Academy. May have had something to do with this, where they're like, here's our 4 official schools. Yeah, we affiliate with GCW and shit, but like, when you think WWE ID, think these schools. I swear. Maybe I'm, again, being too conspiratorial, but why didn't this commercial come out? They had me against Alexa Bliss because she had the most merch sales at the time. Like, what the fuck? That's your decision-making process? Yeah, Ronda, it's not MMA. And even in MMA, dude, they give Sean O'Malley fucking title shots. They given him one that he didn't deserve there. Adesanya's gotten how many fucking, I don't know, dude. When you start moving the needle, they want you as a champ. That's why they let John Jones parade around without vacating his belt forever and then being like, I'm retired. And then like, oh, wait, no, I'm not. Psych. It's not MMA. And even MMA would fucking the highest seller. They're like, okay, you're our champ. So Ronda Rousey also says she refused to tap out to Becky Lynch when the idea was pitched. And again, it's not MMA. You can't think of it like, well, IRL, she would never get me in a Fujiwara armbar. That can't be the approach to this, Ronda. But either way, she says it was proposed that I tap out to her. And okay, now Ronda may be like, well, that hurts the perception of me in the martial arts world. And I could understand that to a degree. Okay. But at the same time, it's like, is that really going to hurt? Like, let's say you're teaching a seminar or something. Is that really going to hurt your credibility, man? Like, you fucking armbarred 12 people or whatever in a row. I can't remember how many it was before you got starched a couple times, but you armbarred how many people, got a couple TKOs in the first round over and over. Like, no one cares, man. It's just everybody knows that WWE is fixed. I'll use the F word, fixed. So she says it was proposed that I tap out to Becky's armbar at Survivor Series, and I said my mother would disown me. Anytime anyone's actually ever armbarred me in real life, I've just let them dislocate it and limp arm out. That's why my ligaments are all fucked up in this arm. So I'm not going to do it. Anytime anyone ever choked me out in competition, I just went out and I don't tap. I don't tap, motherfucker. That's how it is. I kind of respect that. Like, did Dan Severn tap out? I'm trying to think. Like, did we ever see Ken Shamrock just get fucking... I know, like, one time he got glommed with a dumbbell and then he got tapped out, but he was, like, unconscious. Or was he reffing that match? I can't remember. I think it was Owen Hart and Shamrock in the dungeon. And then I think Owen Hart glommed Shamrock with the dumbbell and then slept him. So Shamrock tapped Severn out. But we're talking IRL and we're talking what's real and what is WWE. So I'm just trying to think. I don't know. I can kind of respect that, but yeah, just it's like, what, do you not get it? I don't know, man. Seems like just anger and sour grapes. Peter Rosenberg said, you are not an all-time great in wrestling. Which, did Rhonda say she's an all-time great? Do we put Rhonda at an all-time great status in the landscape of pro wrestling history? I don't even think she cracks my top 10 women's wrestlers all time if I really sat and thought about it. So I don't think so. Shout out Rosenberg, I guess. We covered AJ Lee earlier. One thing I missed was they played her theme song at Wrigley Field in Chicago during the She has a cool theme too. I'm glad they didn't Def Rebel it up, and that's awesome. And then look at this, dude. New Japan Puro Resaru posted Roman Reigns as Akuma. This fucking rules. The poster for this Street Fighter movie rules. It's like the old character select, player select, and then it has the cast and who they're playing. And they have it for everybody in the movie, and it's fucking awesome. Or like the character, rather, or right, yeah, the cast and who they're playing. Garcia hits a driver on the apron. By God, broke him in half. And this rules. Now, are people going to be like, this is culturally insensitive? I think we're past that. Right? Like, I think in 2025, midway through, like, we're on our way to the end of the year now. Midway through, I keep saying, no, we're beyond that. We're headed into, like, the latter, like, the end, the climax of the year, if you will. And are we over that shit? You know, Yokozuna was from the Polynesian Islands, right? They're related. He gets a pass. So I think that shit rules, and the New Japan posted it. Well, at least Roman Reigns is, and it's Reigns and it's Japan, and how fucking cool is that? Now, some people might be like, oh, WWE's going to swoop in and buy them. I think what New Japan will do before anything is they will, and I predicted this I predicted this during my Christmas show in my 2024 predictions. I predicted that New Japan will work with WWE in some capacity in 2025. And it might not happen, and that's wrong. Or that's okay to be wrong, right? They were just end of the year drunken predictions we made on the show, right? I think I made 5 of them for 2025. And one of them was New Japan will work with WWE in some capacity, but it won't be like, fuck AEW and we're done with them. And I could see that, man. I could see that. They already have played nice a little bit in the past, and maybe William Regal can pull a string or something again, who knows, but I could totally see, maybe not by this year, but at some point New Japan is going to go, look, we're going to work with WWE as well. And then WWE will go, okay, but you can't book AEW people on this show. And New Japan will do that one time. And then that shit will cause an internet meltdown maybe in 2026. I just see it happening in the future, but I don't see WWE just outright buying New Japan. Maybe, though. Hey, WWE, you should do it. Their fucking business is down and shit. Now's the time. They're like in a rebuilding phase. But the thing is, you have to politic with the Japanese politics, and I forget what it is, the UJPW, which is sort of like the alliance of them. It's not like the olden days where it's like the National Wrestling Alliance, but everyone's sort of trying to work together to build Japan up. And that might be why they're like, yes, WWE, like come in and get involved. So if it happens this year, sweet, but you're going to see it's going to sour to some degree, even though Tanahashi-san and Tony Khan-san, Ichi Ni-san, Da-san, they all love each other, you know? But shout out Nuge. Okay, let me check in with chat for a minute. And yes, because we have this last WWE story, which has been brewing throughout the day. And we have it all in its full context, so we won't leave anything out here. King Dingling's been a member for 3 months. Thank you for your membership. Tony fired Punk over a situation caused by Jack Perry, dude. Sicko's mad because AJ is a bigger draw and is about the same size as that Nepo baby. Yeah, there's a lot of meltdowns over it. And a lot of people being like, it's just all nostalgia. It's like, you mean like Edge and Christian at All Out? That was going down before this was going down or announced or anything. You know, it's crazy, man. Y'all and again, I'm not hating, but AEW just did Okada Omega. Hello. We can name countless times. TK Mark's been a member for 6 months. Shout out TK Mark, dude. I acknowledge the members.
Acknowledge me.
Thank you guys so much for being here and your membership. Guys, if you're on X, there's over 300 watching the show, well over. If you're on X, come on over to youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Vote in the poll, hit like, hit subscribe, be a friend, and vote in the poll. I forget what it is. Oh, yeah. What was your level of excitement for AJ Lee out of 4 stars? Because we can't do 5 on YouTube. And consider becoming a member or gifting a membership. That's an awesome thing that you can do to support PWT. And yeah, so we have this Wade Barrett shebang that we're going to get into. She bang. Oh, babe, the way she move. You move. Oh, baby, say you look like a fly, sting like a bee. So, yeah, man, Moxley and Garcia are just throwing everything at the wall, it appears. Like, they're just going off, dude. It's like fight forever chance. I don't know, man. Didn't they try this with Garcia before? Sorry, guys. I'm just kind of checking in. I got to know what's going on. So, like, the suplex over the top. And I don't know, like, here's the problem, too. Moxley just takes this crazy shit, then he's just up walking around like nothing even happened. I don't fucking get it, man. The Punk Becky stuff and now the Kenny D for 5 says the Punk Becky stuff and now the AJ return has got me interested in the product when I was falling out of love with it since Mania. Dude, Kenny D, thank you for your goddamn support.
Acknowledge me.
And thank you for that comment. So you were falling out a little bit. Were you? Since Mania. I think there's some people on the same boat as you. And I think that a lot of people were reinvigorated by the Brock stuff. And if not that, I think more people are pumped about the Brock stuff than turned off or put off by it, you know? And then the AJ Lee return, obviously, if that's awesome that made you excited to like get back into it more. I'm not going to lie. it's been a bit of a lull. I was so excited for that SmackDown. That SmackDown ruled. Isn't there another AAA PLE coming up like next week or something? This week coming up? God damn, that should be awesome. And then, I'm going to be streaming the whole All Out WrestlePalooza thing front to back. So I don't know what time they're going to start early. I don't know what the in-between is going to look like, but we're going to be here live on PWT. And okay. September 12th is AAA. Okay. So what is that? That's like a Friday, right? Yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. Next week is Worlds Collide Vegas. I think after SmackDown. Ooh, do we do a double watch along? God damn it. On Wednesday, we're going to set a super chat goal. We're going to set another small super chat goal. If we meet it, I will fucking do a Friday stream and Saturday, okay? So we'll do SmackDown and fucking AAA if you guys want. That's up to you guys. Fart forever. At the end of the day, it's still Garcia. Okay, chat. We got to get to this Wade Barrett shit right here. What is Garcia cutting a promo, dude? I literally will not listen to this. So, guys, I am listening to it. Damn, the crowd is kind of getting behind him, though. Good for him, man. Good for him, because, he's fucking really cringe. So they're kind of this smaller crowd, whatever. I don't care how many people are in the building. Like, I really don't. You go out there, you put on the best show you can when the houses are down, when the houses are up. That's how you should be in wrestling. And I'm not sitting here saying I love that match, but at least usually he says shit. They don't even react for one. They don't even give him a cricket's fart, a cricket's hop in the wind. They don't give him shit. And they're feeling him right now, but he's doing too much with this whole back up. Okay. Anyway, sorry guys, back into the show. Let's hit breaking news here. So Nikki Bella says some good things about WWE here, and she talks about working with Triple H as her boss instead of a peer. Well, no, I think maybe in a lot of her time, he was probably in the office or learning the ropes and then in the office, and then she went away, and then she comes back, and he's the boss. Here's her experience.
Incredible to work with him more and to hear things like he has said has meant so much to me and has made me even more excited for the future here, because he's the reason women are where they're at right now and how they got their opportunities. And so
he gets it. I mean, he has to deal with it too.
Right. So that is felt even more amazing. And I'm excited because even when I just had the run with Ronda, we got to work with him a lot. And Stephanie's match for SummerSlam. He's a genius creatively. So to work with him more and more, I want to, and I hope that's there.
They're not sipping wine.
And it's just been, no one can credible.
I can literally tell. It's so funny. Brie, I also said on my show, I was like, does she look salty when Nikki's one of my many shows? No. Does she look salty though when Nikki's talking about WWE a little bit? I get that vibe, but I hope Brie comes back. I am pulling for it. And yeah, so she said nice things about Triple H, as she should. She sells by the seashore, goddammit. But then she said this about Stu Bennett, aka Wade Barrett. And she hit him with his own fucking medicine here.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So Wade Barrett said some shit on commentary. Like, this isn't an era when whatever, like the women can wrestle now, essentially, is what people extrapolated his comment to mean. And then Nikki's like, I would love to have had a conversation with Wade. He avoided me on Monday, which was shocking. I saw what Wade was saying about me on the pre-show, like, oh, okay, that's fine. And then Wade Barrett was like, I had no idea Nicole felt this way, and I'm happy to have this conversation anytime she likes. I wish she'd brought it up when we said hello to each other at Raw. So he's like, we talked. He's like, you're a goddamn liar, right? No, he didn't say anything like that, but he just bluntly points out, we fucking talked, we said hello, so why would you say I avoided you? And he says, rather than via her podcast, I don't understand the avoiding claim at all. Simply not true. Maybe they're just both busy. Who knows? So then Wade Barrett says, great news. I'm afraid I've got some great news. Fight fans, Nikki and I have spoken. We've smoothed things over, and I've graciously been allowed back into the Bella Army, fully paid up member since FCW 08. And then he puts a wine glass. Now, why is that? Let's go. A difference of perspective to which we are all entitled. But to be clear, some of the personal abuse that gets sent to Nikki on here is reprehensible and completely out of line. So let's cut that out immediately, or you'll get boomed. Listen. No hate on Nikki Bella. Like, I ain't even hating on her. And that's the thing. People just swarm and jump over fucking wrestlers over the most minuscule things. So PWI then puts this report out there, or they put it to their PWI Elite. So they're like paid paywall news thing that then everybody scoops up, and then they do their little Twitter posts about it. And so Wade Barrett will be off the road going forward. He will not be calling Raw. Some have asked if this is fallout of Barrett's comments about Nikki Bella at the Clash in Paris event pre-show, but it's not confirmed that is the case. Fair and simple. He will be off the road going forward. He will not be calling Raw. To me, in my mind, that registers as fuck, he's not on the road and he's not calling Raw, so shit. Hopefully he's not fired. Hopefully he's not laid off. Hopefully Nikki Bella didn't put heat on him. Hopefully everything's good in his life. You know, I love Barrett on commentary, so I'm sitting here in my mind when it says Wade Barrett will be off the road going forward, he will not be calling Raw. I register that he will not be calling Raw and he will be off the road going forward, meaning he's always going home. He'll be at the Performance Center every week. What is that? He's going NXT, hopefully. Fingers crossed, right? What's going on? So Wade Barrett responds, and he's like, I usually ignore BS reports like this. I'm afraid, hey guys, after the great news, I'm afraid I've got some bad news. I usually ignore BS reports like this, but it's causing needless hate to be spewed towards people I work with. WWE have kindly given me a couple of weeks off for personal time, booked 9 months ago, and then I'm back to business as usual. A complete non-story. The end. Boom. So I tweeted out when I first read the thing, I was like, getting rid of Barrett's an L, dude. He's so good. And then, like, fucking, you've seen it just in the timeline. You flick on Twitter, whatever, you click on Twitter, and you fucking see X, whatever you want to call it, and you see all the corrections being made, and Stu's thing screen grabbed, and it's going around, and then I quote tweeted my tweet, and I went, giving him personal time off is a W. So W for WWE, and the W is for win, because they are winning with giving talent off seemingly when they need it to film shit, for family stuff, for school, for what was Apollo Crews doing? He was doing school. What was Dragon Lee doing? He took like maternity leave or whatever, right? Paternity leave, rather. He took time to be with his family for a bit, and everyone's like, oh, they're not even using Dragon Lee. He fucking had a baby. You want to hang out with this kid for a while. They let him do that. Like, it's cool that WWE's doing that more and more. And so I don't understand if this report, so what people were saying was like, or what Mike Johnson said was like shit aggregating. Like whoever aggregated that story, essentially what he's saying is Wrestle Purists or one of these dirt sheet sites or whatever grabbed it from his fucking, or dirt sheet Twitter accounts. I don't know, Zero News, whatever the fuck. They grabbed it from his elite thing. They aggregated it poorly. They worded it incorrectly in a way that made it seem like it was more than it was. And then Barrett's like, this is dumb. I would love to see just like a screen grab of what PWI's elite, what was posted in their shit. Or did he say it verbally? Someone get me a transcript. I want to know exactly what was said, how it was said. Because if they were saying, here's the thing. If they were saying like, he'll be gone indefinitely or whatever the fuck going forward, he's not on Raw, and it's only like a 2-week thing, well then they did get it wrong. But if they were like, no, he's just gone for a couple weeks, and then someone's like, he won't be on Raw, and then just attributed that to them, then okay, they nailed it, I guess. But there's no heat on Wade Barrett. He just wanted some fucking time off, and I hope everything's good. He requested it 9 months ago. So assuming all is well, and he's just like, I'm going to fucking Mexico for a couple weeks or something, right? That, ladies and gentlemen, shout out Wade Barrett. And that was damn, dude, we have the Dynamite Kid's kids. The Dynamite Kid's kid, dude, on dude, bro, on AEW Collision here. So that's cool. Brian. Okay, so FTR mixing it up with Adam Priest and the Dynamite Kid's kid. I wonder if the Dynamite Kid's kid and Chris Benoit's kid will start a tag team. It's not like they did anything wrong, dude. Tommy Billington is his nephew. It sucks that they're so small. I mean, not really. If you just look at it like, well, maybe when everyone's small, yeah. In WWE, there's like a lot of fucking monsters still, you know? But like, let's say it was a bunch of like, well, not a bunch of, it's not that you need like the card over. I just look at it like WCW, man. Some of those tag matches, those cruiserweight tag matches, that shit was dope, in my opinion. I don't know. I know, yeah, I've told you guys, my fucking old man would be like, oh, the midgets are wrestling and shit. But like, I always loved that, like when the cruiserweights, but they would also wrestle guys. Like I just saw the highlights today. You would get like La Parka and Psychosis taking on Mortis and like his partner. Why can't I think of it? I'm just drawing a blank because I'm watching this match at this. Okay, let's get into some more news. We have, speaking of AEW, okay, we have AEW news to get to. Are you guys fucking ready? All together. I need to get some iced coffee in me here, so give me 1 second. Iced coffee time. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, all in the chat, all together at the same time now. It is time for Ichi Nisanda and the Noki scarves this autumn, this fall, because it is time for AEW news. And AEW Dynamite, you all saw this. We don't even got to talk about this. I'm going to move on. Just kidding. We're going to talk about this. So AEW Dynamite garnered its lowest audience in 1849 rating in history for its regular time slot for Wednesday's episode. Dynamite averaged 472K viewers, down 19% from last week, with a .11, blah, blah, fucking blah. Not including Max. We should mention that. It was the first time Dynamite had ever scored less than 500K viewers on a Wednesday night, year over year. Dynamite was down 30% in total viewers, and the key demo was down 42%. Man, and people are coping over this. People are celebrating this. Man, Tony
Best guys,
Khan,
Tony
like,
Khan.
he should honestly be fucking embarrassed by this a little bit. This is going to start doing collision numbers by this time next year. And people want to say, like, oh, it always does. We're going to get into Dave coping. It'll be such a Copacabana. Is that what is that again? Copa. He's just going to be coping and seething. Okay. Cope like Adam Copeland. All right. And it's going to be hilarious when we get to that part of the show. But let's just discuss this aspect and just the general notion that people are saying, well, football's on and all this shit. But guess what? Last year it was still up 30 and 42%. Brian. And football was on. So it's just always an excuse. I don't understand why. Like, a motherfucker was telling me, oh, WWE panic booked AJ Lee. No, they didn't. It's been in. Now, maybe did they pull the trigger, or they're like, oh, WrestlePalooza, and they pulled this show out of their ass out of nowhere? Maybe. But like, as far as AJ Lee, that's always been in the books, man. It was WrestlePalooza always like, we're going to debut her at WrestlePalooza? And maybe, probably not. But it's like they panic booked because of the NFL and counter programming. Okay, why don't people say Edge and Christian was panic booked because their reunion is like a year or two too late, but was rushed all of a sudden last second, and it was on All Out, and it's football season? It's the dumbest thing. Like, since football's been on TV, everyone on TV plans for football's going to be on TV. If you're a yearly episodic, never miss a week TV show, that can't be an excuse every year. You guys get what I'm saying? Like, no, we automatically assume it's going to drop a bit, but you're year over fucking year. This is the lowest of all time. So that means there's less interest than last year. And we can't just say, well, the max numbers, because those have all been lies thus far. No one will cop to what those are. So we're seeing a lot of spur goats. We're seeing a lot of cope. We're seeing a lot of seethe. And I'm here for it, Eric. Get you a Sicko and Wacko Tears mug down below at savewithphil.com. So, listen, we're going to get into it. This is the recurring theme, I guess. This is the through line of AEW news, okay? Their ratings are down. Wrestlers are getting mad. Bully Ray's saying shit. Let's get into it. All right. And Collision posted 127,000 or whatever the rating was as well. It's probably in here. But Collision posted like 120,000. Whatever the fuck. Are you kidding me? Oh, well, it's just football. Okay, NXT did like their normal number. Might even have been up a little bit. I can't remember. We read it earlier. I think they were up a little bit. And Raw and SmackDown were on at lunchtime. So what are we talking about here? Anyways, MJF responded to Ronda Rousey and the shit she was talking that we covered in the WWE segment of the program. And MJF said, it's almost like pro wrestling, much like any professional sport, functions as a business. Fucking crazy. It's like, MJF, dude, you should tell that to your boss. Hey, wrong person to be. That's like him lashing out some shit he has pent up that he can't say to
The
Tony
best
Khan.
guy's Tony Khan.
You fucking mark. So Disco Inferno says Darby puts that Gabe Kidd guy. That Gabe Kidd guy. Just so dismissive and fucking disrespectful, dude. Oh my God. Put him in a body bag and chains him to a pickup truck and drives away, dragging him behind. They cut to the announcers and they're all laughing at it. Yeah, me too, dude. Nice sell. The AEW commentary is always, and Taz, I can't. Whoa. So Kenny Omega destroys the dirt sheets here. And Fightful says Kenny Omega is missing AEW All Out and had time off planned. And then Kenny Omega says time off, specialized hospital visits, and work that had been planned for a year, but sure, let's bait the trolls. I'm just trying to improve what I can and represent the company in a positive way while not performing. Don't be misleading with headlines, please and thank you. Kiss, kiss, bang, bang. It's a great film. So, dude, here's Tony Khan running. Do you see this shit? And I ran so far away. What's his face look like that for? I'm powering up. Get him, Tony! Get him! Even the security guard's like, bro, fuck. Once I got backstage, I hit top speed and I was doing the Naruto run. You should have seen me. It was great. I got liftoff. TONYKHAN AEW. I don't know. Doesn't really work. I don't know what he was running to or from. That shit is awesome. There is a part of, and you have to become a patron because YouTube, the infamous 10 minutes of Tony Khan video where I clipped together Tony Khan from the All Access reality show. There's like 4 minutes that are clipped out of that thing that you can only see on Patreon. One of those clips is Tony Khan running. And it's so funny. He's like running backstage and he's like, yeah, like putting his fist in the air. And he's like, got a cup. He's got 2 cups in his hand. And he's like, yeah, oh, we're getting it, guys. And he's like running to Gorilla. And like in my head, I can just hear the fucking, you're the best around. You know, what is he running to? And I ran so far away. He's like, he hears AJ Lee, Tony Khan, when he hears AJ Lee return. Get him, Tony! Get him! He's so cute, dude. Tony Khan's so fucking cute. I love him, bro. I'm in love with Tony Khan, dude. I'm in love with Tony Coco. No, I don't believe that. I don't even believe that. I don't even think he partakes in that shit. That's my guess. I don't know. Athena has reached 1,000. I know people make the joke, but to me, I'm like, it's Adderall and Starbucks, bro. That's just maybe a White Claw. But yeah, lots of caffeine. Athena has reached 1,000 days as ROH Women's World Champion. She won the belt from Mercedes Martinez. Mercedes fucking Martinez! All the way back at ROH Final Battle 2022. Bruv, how about do something with her? How about have ROH invade and be like, we are fucking tired. Like, I'm a way better wrestler than Monet. I've held this belt for how fucking long? This is the top belt in the world. I dare anyone fucking do an invasion of AEW. Like, we're tired of being forgot by Tony Khan. We're tired of being signed, thinking we're getting fucking pushed on AEW and we're just getting relegated fucking ROH. ROH is amazing and the fucking legacy's being tarnished, not blah, 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 blah. Let's get our... Dude, think about the interest that would drum up. and how self-aware that would come across to the audience. But instead, it's just like, oh yeah, she did that thing and she can't complain. You can't complain. I know I signed you to AEW, but you can't fucking complain, okay? Today's official press release for AEW All Out confirmed the previously reported Tailgate Brawl lead-in event for the pay-per-view. So, leading into All Out on Saturday, September 20th, TNT and HBO Max will air AEW Saturday Tailgate Brawl at 2 p.m. Eastern, a 1-hour live show. So that's like the 0 hour, essentially. I'll be on an hour before this, most likely, because there'll be some news to run through. And we're going all day, baby. So a 1-hour live show that will get fans' adrenaline pump, blah, blah, blah. It'll be 0 hour, essentially, but like on television. That's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. Tony's just going to load it with matches, which isn't even the worst thing. I actually miss WWE kickoff shows having one match as people file in. I actually do miss that. But he'll just load it up with like an 8-man Lucha CMLL crossover special event. Wow. In a new Instagram video posted by Jack Perry, a notebook is seen with "Call Bucks" written on a page. This is the fucking problem. So Jack Perry calls the Bucks. They ignore him. Jack Perry writes, you zoom in and it says "Call Bucks." And then Jack Perry's going to return on this fucking AEW show. But the problem is, all of this happened on a fucking random internet show that nobody watches. So why the fuck are you not like putting this on TV for when he returns on TV? It's crazy. Why isn't this a part? Instead of the Young Bucks coming out and it's like, ooh, look, they have the Hanson singing them to the fucking ring and they get a shitty cardboard cutout looking Tron and their merch sucks. Why don't you just start doing this? Don't even have them wrestle and shit. They can just like or air the BTE stuff the way WWE has Fanatics podcasts. Go, on the newest edition of BET, BTE, whatever, BET. It was like, yo, dog. On BTE this past week, let's take a look what happened to the Young Bucks. Even do that. Cater to your internet mark fucking audience. Or did they do that and I'm just not seeing it? These are just like little things you could do. Like, aren't the Bucks in charge? They can't tell Tony that. They can't get that done. Fuck, man. He's just going to come back on the show. Oh, well, they explained it in BTE. The fuck? So we called this one at All Out. I mean, if you watch the show, you understand this is where they were going. Ricochet and Gates of Agony versus Hurt Syndicate. This is a cool match. Like, honestly, if Ricochet can help elevate this, like, Khan and Loa or whatever, I'm so sorry. I butcher their fucking names, I know. Bishop Khan and Toa Leon. I think, okay, Toa and Khan. I got to try and remember that. So if Ricochet can kind of help elevate them, cool. This is more interesting, like Hurt Business being in a trios. I think is cooler than, hey, let's establish this trios division, something they've never really fully done. But I don't know. Then you got Lashley is in a trios division. Like, you fucking guy can't be in the world title picture. Or like your international title. Get rid of all the belts, but your international, tag team, women's, and world. Lashley can have bangers with Okada or whatever you're trying to do. I don't know, man. I don't know. You have a guy like that on your roster and you don't push him more, to me, is crazy. But it is what it is. Maybe Hurt Syndicate and Joe and Hobbs will mix it up and shit. I don't know. So All Out in Toronto, man, they're not even at 10K tickets yet since the last update. They're not even at 10K. 9,825. So they'll break 10K, and then Tony will drop like, he'll fucking add an extra 1,000. He'll just buy 1,000 or 2,000 tickets or whatever. They'll just claim it's like 1,000 or two more. Totally fine. But yeah, I don't know how the interest is really for this event. I mean, 10,000 tickets is nothing to shake a stick at. Raw does that like twice, or SmackDown just did like double that if we're going to play the comparison game. But good for AEW. And I don't think like them going on at the same time as WrestlePalooza would have hurt their ticket sales, would have hurt their pay-per-view buys, would have hurt their viewership. I don't think it would have hurt at all. Baby, don't hurt me no more. But yeah, we're watching wrestling that whole day, motherfuckers. So strap in. That's going to be a crazy one. And make sure you're locked in here at PWT, youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. So Nicolo Piccolo went off on some motherfuckers again. And basically, original George, vintage George Captures says, damn, there's so much information that's constantly changing every minute. How do you manage to stay on top of it all? And he says, it's my job. Yeah, exactly. It's his fucking job, dude. That's funny. Nick, where would AEW go? Somewhere else. So it wouldn't be a part of the merger now. That would be my guess. It's a cable asset with Max Sweetener. Ellison has $7.7 billion tie-up with UFC, TKO, and RE advised through the Paramount closing. Why would AEW ride along? And he's throwing out there essentially, right, that like AEW could not be part of this whole thing. And I've fucking thrown it out there as well. Guys, them doing the pay-per-view last minute can be it's not a good sign or a bad sign for AEW. In my opinion, yet if their buys do well, maybe they go, hey, we'll put this over here with our other sports and we'll promote it more or whatever. But if the pay-per-view buys are just not worth it, then AEW is their little test dummy. Yeah. And then if they just give AEW the boot, they can slide in. Well, we know how to do live pay-per-view type shit. We worked out the kinks with AEW. So it's honestly a win for Warner, honestly, to put that buy button there, but I don't think it really is for AEW yet, unless they get 30% more buys, Brian, and they just blow us away with pay-per-view buys, which Dave is going to lie and say that they're doing. I always, just as a fucking standard, Dave Meltzer math is whatever he says, you minus 30% automatically. We figured out that much. But Nicolo Piccolo says he wouldn't admit that he's making excuses 1 and 2. I would bet that AEW has a new distribution plan in advance of this becoming a reality. Too many power players involved, etc., etc. So then Nick posted this. Where would AEW go? Somewhere else. So it wouldn't be a part of the merger now? Oh, he just quote tweeted his own shit or whatever. So we have more Nicolo Piccolo stuff, okay, as we go along here. We talked about Nuge earlier, though, okay? And New Japan, Kenny Omega, rather, will be going to Japan to see doctors. So why the fuck did they put a New Japan thing? That's racist. How dare you? Hey, that's not the same thing, guy. No, Kenny Omega will be going to Japan to see doctors that he's scheduled to work with on his various issues. So it's crazy. He's like, I'm going to go to Japan to do this shit. And all the travel, like, bro's cooked in AEW, as well as do some things with New Japan and make television appearances and do media to talk about the career of Tanahashi, as well as get his Japanese visa updated. So he's just going there and taking care of business every day. And that's courtesy of the Observer. So it could all be lies, Brian. So here's the promo for this book is All Elite. And we get some excerpts, man. Do I read this? The company was gathering and organizing a great talent base and had a great number of resources behind it. I mean, those who are the two elements you have to have if you want to start a major promotion. Dr. Britt Baker was the first female signed to the company. I just hopped on board and said, let's do this. A rally and press conference took place January 8 a.m. Let's see. The new organization, I'm looking for names, including Baker, SoCal Uncensored, Page, Pac, Jungle Boy, Jack Perry, and MJF. Was Cody Rhodes and them not there? Whoa, hold on. Let's read. MJF told the crowd, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. When the Jaguars mascot was introduced and a pyrotechnic display, MJF demanded blah, blah, blah. So it's just a book marking out about their own shit. Of course, guys, I remember when I made that post and so many people got mad and came after me on X. We talked about it on the show where I was like, this is a lie-ass book that doesn't have fucking, like, Cody Rhodes won't be in this shit. CM Punk won't be in this shit. And if they are, they'll use like a quote from Rhodes from 2019 or some shit, and they'll just talk about it in passing. And then some people are like, well, why would they mention them? Bro, because it's part of their fucking history. And you all cry, and Dave Meltzer still cries about WrestleMania 3, and the way they brainwash and control their history. Well, if AEW does the same thing, that's what they did in the All Access show. Their only reality show, they changed history. They didn't bring up Punk and shit. They made it seem like the Death Triangle are the reason why the Elite had to vacate their titles and shit. And then they had to like rematch them to get their belts back. It's almost, they like lie about history in that. If that was WWE, we'd all be like, what the fuck? Or you'd all be like, all the sickos would be like, what the fuck? And they've done that over decades. Oh, the Ultimate Warrior shit was just a hit piece and they just control their own narrative. No EC3 and all this shit, right? So let's keep reading. We're skimming. When the Jaguar, okay, let's see. Joey Janela was in the mascot. Forbidden Door. They're talking about Sheeta. Khan had quietly arranged for Jericho to fly to Jacksonville. Jericho is hidden in a room. So they're talking about Jericho. No mention of Rhodes or anything. Chris Jericho said if there was no AEW, I might not even be in wrestling anymore. Hold on, we're skimming through. MJF said this and that. New Japan. Hiroshi Tanahashi, Okada, Wrestle Kingdom, Jericho. Oh my God, is there not one? It was a match in ECW. They're marking out about ECW. Sorry, I'm not going to read this all, but I'm skimming. From the Rec Sport Pro Wrestling. I can't. It's such small text. Khan knew about a weekend that would feature a fan gathering and an ECW show. I want to be a part of that weekend. He's marking out over ECW. So hold on. Tony Storm and Sting. Tony Storm and Sting. Tony Storm and Sting. Chat. Oh my God. Oh my God. The AEW family had seen the company through the highs and suffered through challenges. Tony's dream became our dream, said Remsburg. Bryce Remsburg. So just hold on for the ride. Bro, they really are changing history. I told you guys. Bro, the Acclaimed. Now, some people might be like, oh, man, this is just their page is stupid. And I'm not saying they should do their whole advertising around Rhodes and Punk, although that'll get them the fucking most money. They'll sell more books doing that. You know what I'm saying? But to me, man, this is pretty wild that there's no like mention really of Rhodes. I mean, we didn't see anything about the Bucks either, so maybe it's just a giant swerve. And I don't expect them to promote everything. Like, I don't expect it to be like Punk, and them feature him and shit like that. But to make an AEW book and have Cody Rhodes not on the cover, I think is fucked up. And then to not get updated interviews from them and their experiences in the company. This is just a book saying, let's blow ourselves and not talking about any of the negatives. Now, well, WWE doesn't do, man, yes, they fucking do. They did a Vince McMahon doc on Netflix. They have done documentaries talking about the ups and downs, and they've gone. Triple H has gone on record. Shawn Michaels has buried himself in his behavior in the past. They have acknowledged some shitty stuff, and it happens more and more when it comes to like these podcasts being out there. And these podcasts are a little corporate-y, I won't lie. When it was like Stone Cold doing his thing, it was a little more off the cuff and stuff, it felt like. But yeah, I don't know, man. Here's my whole thing. I want to see Sickos keep the same energy when they just change their fucking history for this book and they just leave things out. Where they say things like Punk came when he left, the locker room was so much better, and they were able to focus on getting on the right track. Meanwhile, year over year, they've just gone downhill further and further, as we talked about with the ratings. So we have some other big stories. Let me check in with chat here. And I need to hydrate a little bit. We will look at Tony's angry face there. Let me see. George Catcher for 2 says 73 likes. Everybody hit like, hit subscribe, and thank you so much for your support, George. Guys, hit like, hit subscribe. You can super chat in. You can become a member for only 99 cents Canadian. You can fucking, what else can you do, man? You can gift a membership. Just come say what's up in chat. Leave a comment, check out a video, all that good shit. I appreciate all of that. Round of applause for the PWT universe and a great turnout tonight. And yeah, just round of applause for you guys. You guys fucking rule. And we're breezing through. I told you guys it was a jam-packed show tonight. And so we are breezing through a lot here. You're talking, but I don't see any Tony Khan running. Yeah, dude. Well, I'm not going to play it the whole time. We'll get copyright stricken. 83 now is the update. Morale went up 30%, Brian. They had the most anti-WWE guy in the locker room. Exactly. Isn't that a little pretentious, especially since Project right now is on a decline? Quote to Carlin. Bryce rim job. I'm just quickly scrolling up. Let's fucking go. How many people are watching over on the Clips channel? I would love to see. Well over 200. So shout you guys out, and everybody's figuring out what happens here. So guys, youtube.com/@, and then we have well over 300 watching if you factor in X. youtube.com/@ Pro Wrestle Clips. Listen, on times, if you're a member, you can watch it over there, but the replay is on youtube.com/@ Pro Wrestle Times, okay? And I went back to doing that after just having it live on both for a bit. I just like the way that works better for me and my organization, okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into Kenny D says, Phil, did you see that missile drop kick vid? Yes, I did. I saw Hurricane react to it. Hurricane's one of my favorite follows, man. So let's get back into this. Okay, we have a lot, guys. We're cruising tonight. I'm on cruise control here. Let's go. Because there's still a lot. Where were we here? Well, we all know who the best guy is.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
And wrestling's not fake. It's sports, real sports wrestling.
Wrestling's not fake.
So Bully Ray had this to say after seeing the ratings from Dynamite, the poor ratings from Dynamite. He says, unfortunate, but AEW as a product is lost. There's certainly some bright spots, talent, but as a company lacks definitive direction. It is what it is. A company owned and operated by a fan with lots of money. TK, good guy, good heart, not a booker, and the boys know it. And then Ricochet's like, and the boys know it? What an ignorant thing to say. I think Ricochet's only been there like a year. How long has Ricochet been there? A year? Hasn't been 2, has it? I don't know. I would say a lot of the boys know it. And Ricochet, he's just trying to get in the mix. Just trying to get in the mix, dude. He gets triggered, and we have more instances of that as our evening rolls on here. Brian Danielson says he does not have a single thing left on his wrestling bucket list. And he says, I've been very fortunate in my career to have some incredible moments and all that kind of stuff. And I think when I was forced to retire before, I wasn't ready to be done with the last 6 months of my wrestling career being in as much pain as I was. That kind of put me in this thing of like, okay, you know what? I think I'm ready to be done. And now I have, like, when I was forced to retire before, I was married, but we didn't have kids yet, right? And so it's like you go home and you have that full parenting life and all that kind of stuff. It's a whole other thing, right? So yeah, I'm very fulfilled by my career. I'm very fulfilled by my life right now. Good. I'm glad to hear that. And I get to stay involved in professional wrestling, which is something that I still love to this day. And in other Danielson news, dude, he wonders how Australian talent are so good. He says, how does it happen? Where are they training at? He's like, Tony Storm is one of the biggest draws we have. Fletcher is just incredible. Harley Cameron. I don't know if that's a compliment or not, calling Tony one of the biggest draws. Maybe. I mean, it's your territory. So Harley Cameron, I don't know if you know this. She speaks Chinese. She does puppet stuff. She can play musical instruments. She can rap. She can do all of these different things. How are these people coming into the pipeline to where we can present them on our programming? And how do we keep that happening from an administrative perspective? That's what you look at. Brian, tell fucking Tony Khan to start a school there or to WWE ID up one of these fucking indies there and build a fucking 20 by 20 or 18 by 18 and make sure, well, the build of this ring is unique. Never before in pro wrestling has a build like this has ever been created in pro wrestling, this type of ring design. It's more intricate than the 6 sides. Because that was the excuse. Well, it's a very unique ring that we, right? Okay. Then this is what you do. This is what you do, dude. You fucking build a ring there so that you can, you get an indie or you get a fucking storage unit or something. I don't know. And you build a ring and store it away for when you travel there and then go and spend a month in Australia minimum per year, doing smaller venues all around, and then build up to a big show eventually. You know what I'm saying? That's the way to do this stuff. Moving along. So Tony Khan, we were speaking about him. No, we'll get to that in a second. Tekla talks about making it to AEW being a dream for her. Now, it's funny how they word it being a dream, but the actual quote is, I love AEW for those that have been reading interviews and listening to stuff I've said before. That was kind of the dream. Kind of, or was it the dream? I was watching some of the first pay-per-views with my friends when I was still a backyarder back where I'm from in Australia. I'd be pointing at the TV like, guys, give me a couple years, but I'm going to be on TV. Now my friend's she's a backyard wrestler and sees AEW and is like, oh, I can do that. They'll be watching pay-per-views and they'll be like, yeah, she actually did it. Good for her, man. She's awesome. She's got a great look. And her little faction is cool too, with Julia and Sky Blue. So a big congratulations to the MJF and Alicia Atout. They got married. Let's give them some fucking air horns in celebration. Good for them, man. And so, you know, he's there with Taz and Hook, his good pals. Alicia Atout Friedman posted, from Tits McGee to Mrs. Friedman, I love you. And there they are. And just good for them, man. I'm glad here's a photo. It's crazy. Who knows how long they've been together? Wasn't he dating that like painter chick before? And this photo was sent to me, and the person who sent it to me was like, Tony Khan, try and take a normal photo challenge or whatever. But yeah, you see a lot of AEW folks there. So happy together, right? and we're watching tonight's Collision. Mark Briscoe and Tony Khan's like, tonight's show's stacked. Don't miss Saturday tonight. So Mark Briscoe, Takeshita, an all-star 8-women tag, an all-star, dude, another one. FTR versus Priest and Billington, we saw that. Then Moxley and Garcia. This is stacked. Okay. And Danielson was in other news, though. Tony Khan said, starting this Wednesday, Danielson, the American Dragon, will join the Wednesday night Dynamite commentary team full-time. Welcome back, Brian, on Dynamite this Wednesday night. See you on TNT Drama and or HBO Max. And or. Like, I'm watching on fucking TNT on one screen, and then I got fucking Max on the other screen. Like, that's what I'm doing. Jesus Christ. In heaven. But yeah. See you tonight. Tonight. Saturday. Which is tonight. So here is some lady who debuted in Ring of Honor. Out of nowhere. And she looks so disinterested. And I'm going to scrub through this. We'll play through this. But she's super green. And I'm not hating on her. Like, this is where she's supposed to learn. This is where you're supposed to, like, shake off the fucking greenness and the ring rust. Or in ring rust, I guess. Like, fucking, what ring rust? They like she went anywhere. But this is where you're supposed to, like, learn and shit like that, obviously, is Ring of Honor. But at the same time, they're like, no, it's the best wrestlers in the world, and this isn't developmental. But this, like, China ripoff comes into the ring, right?
Wait a second.
And she, like, beats up Serpentico. Choke slams him. It's like a tall lady. She just looks super disinterested and bored. And you can tell they were like, go for the China vibe. And like, I'm not hating on this lady at all. I'm not sitting here like, oh man, like, I don't know. She's not super overly jacked like China or anything. So it's like, okay, she's got like a normal build. And then she gets out of the ring. She's got a build like, you know, a girl who works out 3-4 times a week. And she's trying to do the China thing. Like, oh, I don't really care. And I'm the heater and make no expressions. And you can tell she's trying not to like make a face or anything, but it just looks bored and like she doesn't give a shit. And she towers over the premier athletes. And I'm not like against this or anything. I'm down. And I'm down if they're going to start developing stars and shit, but like, why? Where did this come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from? Cotton Eye Joe. I just don't really get where this like, and like shock and awe, it just happened out of nowhere. Why did they think she was ready for this? She just seems very green and shit. I don't know, man. They really need a PC. And to do like untelevised house shows in front of like really small crowds like NXT does, I think it would do wonders for them. And just call it like AEW ROH Collide. And just like develop a lady like that for you. Just throw her on whatever the fuck this is where people are sharing it. It's getting 200,000 views. Like, I don't know if she's ready for all that yet. So shout her out though. I don't even know her name. I'm not going to play the audio and find out. We'll discover as time goes on, okay? ROH special episode. So this episode was in the 2300 as well, right? And it got 69K views. So now people are tracking the views of ROH shows. ROH should just always be on YouTube, but not even cracking 100,000 views. I think that will deter maybe AEW from doing this more. But Tony, just make ROH a fucking YouTube show and turn it into developmental. Jesus Christ, it's right there. It's all right there. And so Jamie Hayter's returning again. And so Bully Ray, we read what he had to say earlier about WWE. And he's like, or AEW rather. He's like, the boys in the back fucking know And then we have Ricochet spurging out here more, right? And so MJF is like, imagine if Anthony Bennett did a podcast criticizing the NBA and its players. Here's the fucking problem, guys. Imagine if everything gets criticized. MJF, what's your whole fucking gimmick? Thrashing things and people. Welcome to the internet. Hey, I'm going to take you to a place called, real quick. Okay, it's called 2025. Where people hate watch shit. There's been sports radio criticizing and assholes like Skip Bayless on the air forever. Okay, I don't know what people expect. Oh, wrestling's sacred and forbidden, and we're not allowed to talk shit about it. Comedy tried that. These fucking comedians tried to do that, and now they get clowned on relentlessly. Okay? Ask 626 if he's in chat. He fucking knows what's up. Hell yeah. You know what's up. You know what's up, 626. These fucking comedians get clowned relentlessly now. Why? Because you took yourself too fucking seriously. You're a court jester. Dance and make me laugh. Tell a joke. No, but for real. It's not this profound fucking thing. Yes, I truly and highly respect your art form, putting your fucking life on the line to do this live acrobatic combat comic book brought to life male fucking drama show. I love it to death. I have a show on it. I fucking love wrestling, dude. But it's like when everyone clowns actors who take themselves too seriously too. Okay? It's the same thing, man. People clown athletes who take themselves in the NFL, who take themselves too seriously in NBA and shit all the time. But anyways, imagine if John Gotchner did a podcast criticizing the MLB and its players. Would you take their opinions into account? Wrestling fans, I urge you. I know it's hard for you. Stop being dumb. And then he responds. Then he walks it out. Walk it out. East side, walk it out. North side, walk it out. He walks it back. He goes, this wasn't about bully, by the way. This wasn't about bully, by the way.
Are you sure about that?
Even though it came out right after his fucking tweet. And then Fingershay's in here. He's like, asking them to stop being dumb is like asking Mark Briscoe to install a light bulb by himself. Just not going to happen. I don't know. This wasn't about Bully Ray. Again, he does another tweet doubling down.
Are you sure about that?
This was a blanket statement I made in regard to talentless losers. So hold on a second. Anthony Bennett. We're going to Google. So Anthony Bennett, Canadian basketball power forward, okay, is a talentless loser, MJF, is what you just said. This is what you literally just said. Oh, it wasn't about fucking Bully Ray, man. It was about talentless loser hacks. Bro, you do Elboo's show. You do run-ins on Elboo's show. The guy who eats cereal out of a paper bowl. Okay, so we're going to look up this gentleman right here. The guy with the name that I butchered. Okay, so John Peter Gotchnauer was an American professional baseball player. He played 3 seasons in MLB from 01 to 03 for the Brooklyn Superbs. He appeared in 264 major league games as a shortstop. He was cited as the worst player. Okay, so maybe you are citing some of the worst players and are shitting on them, calling them talentless hacks. Okay, so I did go hard on you there, MJF. I apologize. No. But listen, I don't know these fucking deep cut names you're dropping. Doesn't matter. So you're saying they are talentless. You're not calling. Okay, all right, listen. We're all cool, bro. We're all cool. We're all cool. All good, bro. We're all fucking good. I apologize. Really? I fucking no. Listen though, for real, you do run-ins on Elboo's show, so don't try and take the fucking high ground with him and his bubbly ass pancakes. Okay, dude doesn't even know how to cook pancakes correctly. He unironically asked the internet why his pancakes were bubbling, and it was like a thin sheet of fucking paper on a pan, and it was like, bro, you don't cook a fucking pancake? Okay, so I maintain what actually, fuck you, MJF. No, I'm just kidding. Actually, you know what? I stand by what I said. Oh, shit, man. Let's go. Okay, so here is Eric Bischoff speaking of ROH. He had this to say about it. Or I don't know if this even is, I didn't listen to the clip, but I like to react live on the show. But this gentleman is saying ROH is doomed. Eric knows it, and we all know it. I don't think ROH is doomed. We shouldn't say that. ROH is like nothingness that Tony, he could just do that like nothing, you know, to operate and run it. It's, if anything, it's just a nuisance that Tony has to spend like an extra half hour quickly booking whatever show it is and going, oh, drats, we have to put on some ROH shit so I can record it. But realistically, he should just ditch Honor Club, upload everything on YouTube, and just fucking have ROH and their pay-per-views, PLEs, whatever you want to call them, be a special YouTube thing. You know, there you go. Maybe make the PLEs like memberships on the channel even. And bring back, like, ROH was, they ushered in like the PPV, the internet pay-per-view or whatever the fuck. Why not bring that back and just do the weekly shows? Like, it's working for Reality of Wrestling. It's working for some of these other feds a little bit. So JCW, MLW does the PLE, and then they fucking release it right after on YouTube. I think a lot of times too, I don't even think it's a PLE or like I don't even think you pay for it. I think it's just on YouTube. So yeah, that would be the move with Ring of Honor. For me, it would be entirely. Like, I miss the AEW Dark and Dark Elevation days. It would be entirely a YouTube product. Anyways, it worked for NWA Power. Sorry, guys, as I bibbled and babbled, that's what I was trying to put my finger on there. It was on the tip of my tongue. Billy Corgan and NWA Power, it sort of reinvigorated NWA when every week Power was on YouTube. That was sick. And then when it went away, people were like, whatever, NWA. Now they're on like Roku or whatever, which is awesome. But anyways, this is what Eric Bischoff has to say. And he hasn't been cutting too many promos on Meltzer and Tony Khan and AEW and ROH as of late. Like, he hasn't been going that fucking hard on them as he has in the past. He's been in his own lane doing RAF. But now that he's seeing some success with RAF, he's starting to talk a little bit of shit, man. And it's funny because Dave Meltzer's like, well, Eric Bischoff and Conan, you guys have the chance now. Outdraw Tony Khan. And then they fucking both did. And it's hilarious. So let's take a listen to Bischoff here.
Would take the resources that are going into Ring of Honor, which is never going to be viable, ever. I would take the resources that are being dumped into that and put it into...
I disagree with Eric right away. I would not... The resources being dumped into ROH, no, dude. If anything, it should be like... Stop fucking... And he knows more about business than I would say. Like, if he was in that position, he's ran a wrestling company and shit, right? So I'll humbly say, okay, you're probably more right than me. But in my opinion, like, I would just start downsizing everything the way they have been with the residency and shit. And Ring of Honor, I would keep alive, but I would like downsize it a bit more. Or where are they filming it? Like in a studio? Just film it in or they were at the 2300 arena, I guess, but they're just filming it on the road again, right? Like for a while it was in a studio. I would just like get a place like NXT. Doesn't even have to be this big performance center. I would just get a warehouse or whatever the fuck, make it the ROH school or whatever the fuck, you know. I would keep it around, but I would make it more like indie and underground and cool again instead of trying to prop it up Like, oh, it's Final Battle, and we'll just throw some AEW guys on there, and like they try and pretend like ROH is almost like on the same level as AEW sometimes still. And it's not, man, or it shouldn't be presented that way. It just diminishes AEW.
Core product, my Dynamite. Nothing anybody's going to do to make it interesting or important outside of the hardest of hardcore internet wrestling community fans.
Right. That's why I would put it on YouTube, Eric. And come on now, Eric. I would put it on YouTube, Eric. And that's not very fair. I would say it would be very healthy on YouTube, Eric. Chat me up about what you would do with Ring of Honor. I would put it on YouTube and then let the sickos go there and watch that, and then Hollywood AEW up a little bit. So it's more of a, like a weekly fucking. Then if one of your wrestlers is like, I want to go have a 5-star match, okay, go to Ring of Honor and flip around and break your neck or whatever. I don't give a fuck. I don't know. And I know it's hard to say, like, I don't give a fuck, but he already doesn't give a fuck. So we're talking, I would give a fuck. If we're talking me, day one, Phil Marks owns a Fed, $3 billion day one, I would give a fuck from day one. But we're talking like we're picking it up from where Tony left off. It's like, all right, just go down in Ring of Honor and do that for YouTube or whatever. And just fucking, or unless it's like, okay, let's build up to it on our pay-per-view where you go all out and land on your head or whatever the fuck,
That's it. There is no solution. If it was a horse, I'd put it out of its misery.
Oh, wow.
And move on. And I don't know what the drive is. Is it ego? Is Tony just, I did this and I'm going to prove I can make it work? It's certainly not because it's a great revenue opportunity. It dilutes the core product. It's being shoved down.
Yeah, I agree. It dilutes AEW if they, because again, yeah, it's just like Athena. She's been a 30 million day world champion. And it's like, okay, so I'm an ROH champion. I just get a shot at this belt, or I'm just in a tag team on Dynamite every week carrying around this Ring of Honor belt. It just, dude, it just oversaturates with belts, and it just takes away from what's going on.
Down the audience's throat, and they're gagging on it. They're gagging on it.
Yeah, I think ROH should be Tony's pet project, and I've said this a billion times. I'm going to say it again and then leave this horse beat it to death right here. The last strike on the dead horse's chin right here is me saying this, okay? Tony Khan should get his booking reps in. This whole time he should have just been booking ROH, trying to figure out how to really do this thing. And ROH should be on YouTube, present it like your NXT. Let other people go crazy with AEW. Let other creative people go crazy with AEW. Go sink your money into like crazy ass set designs for the pay-per-views and shit. Make it cool, man. Make it cool, goddammit. Because I spit in the face of people who don't want to be cool. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was AEW news. Man, oh man, there is dude, like 340 watching on X and YouTube. I don't know how many are on what, but come to youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Hit subscribe, man. Come hang out. Leave a comment, chat it up in the chat, run that like up. Appreciate you guys so much. And we got some more show. We got lots of show. Let's transition over to here. Let me check in here with chat. 626 for 5 says eating cereal out of a paper bowl, dude. Right? Before your can crushing job is one of the 12 habits of the highly successful IWC writer. We've studied it in its habitat. It mixes too much water in the pancake batter. We study it. It prowls. It's out of dishes. So instead of simply washing one, the dirt sheet writer puts milk in a paper bowl. Surely this will end in disaster. Oh, man, that is good shit. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us on the show. Wow, I didn't expect this. Here with an update on his contract, Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild! Yay!
How was that? How was that? I hope you guys like it. The most slappable face in wrestling. Oh, come on. That's not very fair. Chris Jericho's pretty cool. Now hit the F and like. Thank you. Thank you. Listen to George, guys. Run those likes up. Appreciate it. Mike Saucely says, hell yeah. 6 more. I. Been the best show they've done at the 2300 so far. I like Fletcher, man. I do. Those women were doing okay with the 8-woman tag. But I don't know. I'm not like, drooling over this show. I'm not like, oh my God, I'm locked in the Moxley Garcia match. I had zero interest in that. Okay, guys, let's get into again, man. Again, no flutes tonight, or did I miss it? No, we didn't even get into flutes yet. We're not even at that portion of the show. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Here, let me sip some coffee. I need some energy for this. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for nobody's favorite segment, and it is called So, I said I'm an acquired taste. So this guy put this in the comments of one of the videos, right? One of the videos on youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. And he says, it's funny. Someone directed me to this page because of bad takes, and I'm here agreeing. Hello. It's true. It's damn true. So Suit Williams had this to say, and Lyric Wrestling had this to say. Meanwhile, you got women's champions on the other channel trying to fuck each other's boyfriends. Well, escalated quite quickly there. Lyric says mid SH Epstein lawsuit, by the way. What's the code word on YouTube for that? Epsteining. Just joking. Lawsuit, by the way. So this is like in 2024, though. I thought that was more recently. So actually, I don't give a fuck because that's here you go. And then this here, nostalgia is one hell of a drug from Lyric Wrestling. And then this person says, where did this AJ Lee hate come from? So the through line of this is Sickos getting mad about AJ Lee, obviously. And where did it come from? You act like she wasn't one of the best prior to the Fed actually bringing in talented women wrestlers. Bias is one hell of a drug. And just this whole sentiment of like, it's nostalgia. It's nostalgia. We're going to get into that because I fucking snapped on X over this nostalgia bullshit. And I think I bookmarked myself. I don't know if I bookmarked the one, but either way, I don't think I did. But basically, you guys, AEW, Sickos need to accept this. AEW does an Owen Hart tournament every year. AEW brought Sting back. AEW had Jeff Jarrett in the ring with Sting. AEW sprayed people down with a beer truck, which isn't even like their nostalgia. They did Omega versus Okada this year in 2025, which isn't even their nostalgia either, which is kind of cringe. They've done rip-off throwback ECW shirts that are their freshest tees they've ever printed, and they just stole shit. They just parodied. I don't even know how they get away with that. I don't even know how they honestly get away with that. Because here's the thing, man. WWE does shit with fanatics now. And if you just like, if I made a PWT jersey, like let's say I toured PWT around and I pulled up to Toronto and I did a Toronto Raptors knockoff jersey and just sold it like that, I'm pretty sure they can tag you for that. Like, no, dude, you have to make it clear it's not a collab or whatever the fuck. No, I don't know how things work, I guess. I don't know the laws, right? Maybe it's state to state. Maybe they pulled it off in old Pennsylvania, but listen. What else have they done? Edge and Christian at All Out. That's a huge one. Edge and Christian at All Out in 2025. Okada Omega 2025. I'm sure I'm missing some. But this whole like, oh, it's just nostalgia. All of wrestling is nostalgia. All of fucking wrestling. It's about referencing old shit, bringing back legends, putting young guys over. They become legends. They come back, get a pop. It's all redoing old shit, paying homage. Y'all are just mad that WWE does nostalgia well. They're just mad that WWE does nostalgia well and AEW doesn't, just like they don't do good storytelling. And I won't say it's Tony Khan, whoever's booking this shit, doesn't do good storytelling, doesn't do good building, doesn't get good heat. It's all on the wrestlers, which sometimes it's like situational. You got to put them in you got to put them in situations to run with the fucking ball. You can't just say, well, MJF will get heat with a promo because he can fucking... It can't just be that every fucking time. And yeah, that's all, man. It's you guys are just mad because people are doing it better. And then they just cope and say, oh, well, it's brainwashing and it's because it's the oldest company and it's blah, blah, blah. When it's none of those things. It's just what I'm saying, you know? But anyways, this sicko says, if AJ Lee joins AEW, it's really over for WWE. Damn, so this guy's keeping receipts from like 2021 and shit? No, people do this, man. I would delete this off my phone. If I had anything on my phone from 2021 not backed up somewhere, I'd be like, what the fuck? Since CM Punk is back and holy shit, these are from 2021. Do I even care? Okay, a bunch of sickos were like, AJ Lee should go to AEW. So basically, he's just pointing out like they were happy then and now they're going to be mad now. But are some of these sickos even talking shit now? I'd have to like look them up. I'm not about to do all that. So anyways. But yeah, I said this bro goes on Elboo's show. Talking about MJF. So I'm such a dick sometimes. And then, so this David Welsh guy's like, those wrestlers draw more money and viewers for its company, fucking dork. I swear you belong in AEW. And it's funny now because Ricochet's arguing with a person when MJF agreed with this person in a previous post saying, oh, it's like a fucking business or whatever. I bookmarked it or I didn't. I can't remember, goddammit. So much stuff all the time, constantly. But MJF responded to like a movie, a critique of a movie or something about their box office. And he's like, oh, it's almost like movies are a fucking business or whatever. That's what MJF just said as well today. And it's like, well, then I don't want to hear anyone cry about that criticism of AEW. Hey, it's a fucking business, pal. Run it like a business. MJF agrees. He just said it on his Twitter. But Ricochet's like, you would never say this to my face, LOL, fucking loser. And then he's like, sure, I would, geek. Haha, aha. And then he steals his line. So you just kind of put Ricochet, light-skinned Kingpin over there. But it is hilarious that you were like barbing back and forth with him and got a bit of a sicko meltdown. Ricochet seems a little triggered lately. And that's all good. That's all good. But I just don't think it's good. I don't know. I think what I think it is that I think he thinks he's doing like the Drew McIntyre thing. Honestly, like I give Ricochet the benefit of the doubt. Okay, even though he called me a fucking loser too. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Like, I think he thinks this is like helping his brand because you see the impressions. He gets more impressions doing the hating and shit. But I swear to God, you get these sicko bot motherfuckers who are the same people, and they will have convos with each other to try and dilute. And I don't like to get all conspiratorial, but people are throwing out bot accusations and shit all the time. Okay, here's my little conspiracy when it comes to that shit. I swear they're like convoing with each other and like humping each other, and then to control like what AI will say about shit. Do you know what I mean? That's fully possible. Have you guys ever, and again, I'm not trying to, like Joe Rogan, like dead internet theory. That shit's interesting to me, man. But Priscilla Kelly had this to say to a fucking sicko or a wacko, goddammit. Whoever stole my entire stack of brand new stickers from my merch table tonight, you really, really suck. Yeah, that's fucked, dude. Can't do that. But yeah, I said this. I was like, I don't think AJ Lee will be there because I didn't think she would be there. I thought they would announce it because it's WWE, man. They milk the shit out of everything. So I thought they would like announce it on SmackDown. Like Punk would be like, yeah, an AJ Lee or something. And then she would show up for that pop at WrestlePalooza. But that's also dumb. Like, you think it over. I don't know. It's just because you read the sheets and it gets in your head. Even me, even though I should just dismiss them all. At the same time, you're like, oh, well, PWI is kind of chill. I guess I believe what they're saying or whatever. I don't even know what they wrote about AJ. I'm just throwing out a name, right? You're like, all right, I get. Like it's floating around out there that she won't be there, but it's obviously going to be her. So maybe they saved the pop for WrestlePalooza, right? You get doubt. But yeah, I was like, the announcement she'll be at WrestlePalooza likely will. I'm actually really hyped for SmackDown. And this guy's like, you hype for a show that she won't be at. If she don't show up, the conversation from Hall will be WWE never announced it. Ain't shit good been announced for the show, but you are hyped. Y'all brains are cooked. And then she showed up. This was pretty funny. And then, yeah, so this person's melting down here. Y'all hold AEW to an impossibly high standard, and it's unrealistic. If it isn't booked exactly how you want it, AEW is bad. No, that's not true. We just put over Collision. If AEW does one storyline that doesn't fit how your fave is portrayed, AEW isn't utilized. No, dude. When they're not utilizing people, we say they're not utilizing them. I wish Tony doesn't listen to you ungrateful fucks. He doesn't listen to the people. That's the fucking problem. He listens to robots with 2 followers. And I don't even think he listens to them, man. That whole Mina Shirakawa music shit. Stay tuned. PWT, man. That's all I'll fucking say about that. Anyways. Excusez-moi. So I just quote tweeted this, man, and I was like, nah, it's the opposite. All I want is AEW to give us 3 months of decent TV, learn how to format a show, feature the people fans actually want to see, very basic stuff. And they can't and even refuse to. You guys want to pass blame on the fans. This is what I don't like is passing blame on the fans, dude. The movie industry tried this. Disney does this shit. These fucking actors cope by fucking blaming fans all the time. That shit never works out. You can't blame people. The people who are like the people for like fucking just like wanting to consume stuff. But I wrote, you guys want to pass blame onto fans, but it's never their fault. Nobody will tell Tony anything honestly backstage because they don't want to fuck up their money. A lot of the wrestlers are more interested in arguing with marks on X than building the company where their characters up. They mock shit like PCs and legends and then rely on nostalgia from other companies for pops, bring in wrestlers and completely fumble their creative, then shelve them. Like Camille, you bring her in, you fuck up her booking, make her look stupid, then shelve her. Okay. Watch wrestlers. That's one instance. Watch wrestlers actively kill themselves and cheered on for 5-star ratings. Osprey, bruv. I could go on and on. None of this is the fans' fault or unrealistic standards. It falls on Tony Khan, Dave Meltzer, and the sicko fan base who just go back to watching move highlights on YouTube if AEW didn't exist tomorrow. Phil Cookin. I need a cooking. Phil Cooks. Change that last name to Phil Cooks, dude. So Uzi posts this. So again, he's talking about ignorance in this post with Bully. Like, oh, you're ignorant. You're ignorant. That's ignorant. What's that movie? I think Malibu's Most Wanted. It's like, do you know who are you voting for? Bill Gluckman? And he's like, oh, you think we ignorant just because we live down here. That's the funniest shit ever, man. Malibu's Most Wanted. Jesus Christ, that's a good movie. Anyways, Ricochet says, where do you think Vince got his money to buy his dad's company? And this guy was like, nobody gives a fuck your gymnastics shit, you scamming daddy's little billionaire. See, that's crazy. It's not about like scamming, right? Like the wrestlers want to get fucking paid. Okay, is it a scam to mark in a money mark? I don't know. They're all carnies. The whole point of their existence and their job is to fucking try and work people for their money. It's the whole point. So I just don't really I can't hate on a wrestler doing that. It's crazy. Hey, Ricochet's called me a fucking loser. I still give him the benefit of the doubt, goddammit, with this shit, and I'm gonna call it down the line. Okay? He might be finger shay forever now. But I'm gonna call it down the line. I'm not gonna hate on Ricochet scamming fucking whatever, but it's hilarious that this guy went hard in the fucking paint on Ricochet. Saying nobody gives a fuck your gymnastics shit. You know? It's funny that people are just ruthless. Or not ruthless, but no, there's ruthlessness. We make fun of it in the sicko section. It is funny when people just be so I don't know, brazen with their fucking shit talk. But then Ricochet's like, where do you think Vince got his money to buy his dad's company? So I'm trying to just piece together, where did Vince get his money? From his dad, working and shit, right? For his dad? Is that where he got his money? You can't compare Vince to Tony. That would just be my only criticism of Ricochet. I'd say this is an ignorant reply, and then you're complaining about ignorance over there because it's it's just so different. And what Vince did can't be, it's incomparable how he absorbed all the territories. It's incomparable how WCW put him on his back foot and almost out of business, and then he fucking swallowed them. Pause. It is, I'm not putting over whatever the fuck. I don't know Vince. I'm not putting over him wearing a Dr. Evil suit and introducing his girlfriends, multiple girlfriends. Or maybe that sounds kind of cool, actually. No, sounds pretty badass, actually. No. What I'm saying is that, so fuck all that, but I will put over what he did in the wrestling business at the end, terrible. And I'm not even talking about the controversies, just his booking and shit. I felt was terrible. The way he viewed some wrestlers, I thought was terrible. Terrible. But man, you really can't compare anybody to Vince. You really fucking can't. We have to all be honest about that part, Moving along. So, David Bixenspan. who Meltzer said what says, Bix is also known as being an AEW fan who ran off to padded walls of the minor leagues of Blue Sky in retreat. the minor leagues in retreat because they couldn't hang in the majors anymore. So David, and then I was like, more like David Ixenspan. Am I right, fellas? So happy and shit. He says, from the way the crowd is reacting, I'm definitely getting the vibe that they know AJ's Punk's wife, but they've never seen her work. How could you even tell? How would you even know that? Terrible theme music for a grand entrance, too. And then this guy's like, mixed feelings on it myself from afar. I was a fan, so it's simultaneously nice to hear about, while also disappointing. It reinforces this false idea that WWE has cleaned up since Vince's departure. But it's just diverted their awfulness into other things. She's a fraud, just like her husband. Holy fucking shit, man. These sickos have lost their mind. And then think about how they just ran to like hump, bubble paradox, hive mind, blow each other on Blue Sky because they couldn't handle memes and people telling them the truth about stuff on Twitter. Holy shit, man. And then this guy's like, who's this? Maybe it's just because I have no connection to AJ Lee, but her return is kind of depressing given how that company and its higher-ups have acted in the last ... decade, especially, but last 3 decades overall. Saudi washing, Vince Hunter lumping every ethnic group together like they're made of glue. Okay, white guy, why don't you white knight more about that? How could you be mad at that? Jesus Christ. They're just so angry. Here is from 2 years ago. CM Punk's comments about Alvarez and Yenta Bixenspan. Let's take a listen. A little throwback. Okay? I'm gonna shout out Jim Cornette.
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
The volume is way too low. Nope, never mind. You guys can't even hear it, and I can't turn it up more. It's crazy. But anyways, that is hilarious because if they pulled up in AEW, these guys would be like, "Oh, it's amazing," and his trans right shirt is fucking spectacular. All purchase 7. So Vince Russo, bro, let me tell you from this point going forward, bro, Triple H's new moniker will be the king of pops. And bro, I invented Michael Jackson. Bro, I invented the whole thing. Let me tell you, if it wasn't for me joining the wrestling business, bro, Michael Jackson would not, Michael Jackson was a freaking mark, bro. He doesn't curse. Bro, you take away his pop card and he ain't got nothing over Tony Khan creatively. Damn. Boom. Roasted. So I'll say this and shout out, where did I hear this? The Dirty Sheets, Billy Boy. He dropped a couple of YouTube videos. And in one of them, he spoke about how Vince Russo, and he's worked with Vince Russo, and he's like, he was saying that he thought that Vince Like, okay, Triple H wouldn't have become Triple H if it wasn't for Vince Russo and shit back in like the Attitude Era day and all of that. Because Vince Russo had some of his guys, and we even heard in Jim Cornette's like production report sheets, whatever the fuck, or he read like an old, like he had a sheet of suggestions that Vince Russo had pitched to Vince McMahon or whatever, and Cornette read them on his show, and they were all fucking hilarious and terrible. But he really wanted to push. He really wanted to push Triple H, and he wanted to make like a group like DX, but call it the Elite as well. And look at how the Elite turned out in AEW. So Vince Russo, one of the kings of bad ideas, right? And Billy Boy was like, you know, Vince Russo, I think, really truly in his mind thought that he would get a job in WWE under this new regime, or there would be like some door open creatively for him because Triple H owes him one. This is what Billy Body's saying, right? And that didn't happen. And it's crazy that he brought that up because no one's really brought that up. And that's a great point. But he brings that up, and then all of a sudden, 12 hours ago, and I listened to that video of his like a day or two ago, I think. And then 12 hours ago, we have Vinny Rue, or it's probably more like a day ago now, but he's like, yo, Triple H ain't got shit on Tony Khan, bro.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
So what's he lobbying for, like an AEW job now? Bro, Tony Khan, let me tell you, bro. So I don't know, man. That's quite interesting. And it's wrong, by the way, because Vince Russo just has like blind hate. Okay. And we pointed this out. Billy Boy pointed that out. I fucking was doing Husey shit. He pointed that out. I pointed that shit out. He just has like a blind hatred. Okay. And him saying like, oh, the pop card. Well, that's all Tony did for like the first 3 years. And then he ran out of those. He did that for like the first 3 or 4 years. Then he ran out of those, and Tony ain't recovered, bro. So, you know, the criticism could go both ways, B, as Brendan Schaub would say, but Triple H is doing this like, here's a big pop every show, but that's like what you're trying to do in wrestling. And here's the thing. They're creating them with guys who are featured every week. Like they created one of those big pop moments with Naomi. They created one of those big pop moments with Seth Rollins. These are all people on the show every week. If it was like, we're bringing back a Undertaker again, one more match. Okay. You would have me there. I'd be like, yeah. Goldberg again. I'd be like, okay, you got me. I don't want to see that shit. I would completely fucking throw my hands up and say, good point. But it's Nikki Bella, who looks in great shape. She had a shitty match. I called it out. AJ Lee's in the best shape of her fucking life. If you're like, even the Hardy Boys, I'm like, don't run them on the main roster, but maybe like one match at a Mania, they put someone over. Okay, I'd accept that, but do it at Stand and Deliver instead. And, you know, like put over fucking, and if you're going to have a ladder match, Hardys, I don't even need to see them ever have a ladder match again, personally. But if you're gonna, do it in NXT and put some fucking team over in a ladder match at a Stand and Deliver, and then retire and get inducted and stop, you know? I'm not overly excited to see Devon come back and fucking wrestle. I'm just going to be honest either. I'm Bound for Glory. I'm not overly excited to see that. Seeing him at the last, he did like a House of Hardcore or whatever. And this was before his surgery, but still, I don't want to see him fuck up his new hip that he paid all the money for. Paid all that money for or whatever. So, again, man, Triple H with the pops he's creating, they're all like NXT call-ups, or for the most part. Yeah, it's Brock coming back, okay? We never thought he'd be gone forever. I didn't think they'd erase him forever. I always had a feeling he was coming back. because it just seemed more and more like he did nothing wrong, and we covered that on the show when the lawyer said he didn't do anything wrong or illegal. Okay, then that clears it for me. So I don't know, man. But Vince Russo, like, I'm not saying all of his criticisms are wrong, though. I want everybody to understand that too. Him and Ben Hameen go off about, like, just because, and this is what people need to understand too. Just because AEW's views are low doesn't mean they can't do good shit, or they don't or haven't ever done good shit. It doesn't mean that, like, let's say all is the same. Let's say there's 2 million viewers watching SmackDown, 2 million watching AEW head to head on at the same time. I'm going to call out what the shittier show is. Like, I don't fucking care. People can say I'm a tribal. I don't give a shit. The crowd was fucking hot for that main event, and they seem to be really behind MJF and Mark Briscoe, and they seem to be really into Takeshita staring down MJF. And then now he's going into you're a white trash piece of shit. And then there's that middle schooler shit that's cringe for me. I don't know. I try and keep the same energy, guys. See, I'm calling it live right now. I can be fair and I can also criticize. But is this the most egregious shit? No, this Collision's been actually not the worst show ever. I'm not going to lie. The first match was egregious. After that, pretty good show from what I've seen while I'm babbling to you guys. And Vince Russo, he can be fair as well. Just because WWE gets 80 billion fucking views on social media, it doesn't mean like, oh, this is, like NFL, they get 2 million impressions. It doesn't mean that was the greatest game of football of all time either. You know what I'm saying? And there is truth to that. But I think WWE's been cooking with their PLEs especially. And people are like, SmackDown's weak, man. And then they give us a banger SmackDown like the one we had on Friday. Is every single Raw can't miss TV? Nah. But that's the whole point of streaming, I think. I will give where it's due as well. Vince and other folks will bring up how Netflix didn't jump. We talked about it. Netflix didn't jump at the PLEs. That could be concerning, right? I do think that's a little bit concerning. Like, why wouldn't Netflix jump at getting all the exclusivity of the PLEs? But they just went and signed this other huge deal with ESPN. So it's like, concerning in what way? Their funds? I'm not worried about that for WWE. Does it mean their show's dying? No, I still think it's a good show. If they switched ratings, but the products were the same, I would end up being in the minority and saying this show's fucking better, more than likely. I'm just being honest. You guys know I love NXT. A lot of people fucking detest NXT. I think it's great. I think it's fucking one of the best wrestling shows. It's just a delight every fucking time, I feel like. But here's the thing with NXT. Do I watch it all the time right when it airs? Nope. Typically with NXT, I save it for the following morning on Wednesday. That's just me personally. That's one of my favorite wrestling shows. So there's all different ways to consume wrestling. The ratings aren't the end all be all. However, if that's the game they want to play, if they want to talk about we're growing, and here's a graph with the last 3 months, but not year over year where we're fucking plummeting and we're not confirming nor denying fake BJ Bethel numbers and shit. And Dave wants to do all this weird Steiner math and shit, Meltzer math, then yeah, that's the game we're going to play. Okay? WWE is being viewed by millions of people. AEW is being viewed by hundreds of thousands of people. When the sickos want to go plus the max numbers, it's 1.2 million. We're going to start looking at numbers. I'm going to start breaking numbers down on your ass because that's objective. That shit, we just, the numbers don't lie. Oh, they get bot viewers. So does everything ever. So does AEW. So does WWE. So does every fucking celebrity. There's fucking bots. Every social media platform. And hey man, we called that shit out, man. I'm not gonna lie. He was like, yo, who was it? James Romero was like, yo, they're botting their channels and shit. He started calling it out. Husey was sending me shit. No offense to anybody. I was looking at one of these wrestlers' pods. Okay. A former WWE guy who's in AEW right now. The dude, they're getting like 86 views and shit. And I'm not hating. Okay. But how do you have like fucking 60,000 subs or whatever? And you're getting 84 views. That something don't add up. Okay. So it's carny wrestling. Everyone's padding everything. But at the end of the day, we can look at attendances. We can look at the shows are selling out. It doesn't matter what anybody's talking about either. Like, oh, they're doing 1.2 million on Max. Doesn't matter. Where's the houses? Why are the fucking seats empty? Why are they doing these small residencies? Why, when they go to Chicago, they can't do 11,000 like they were before, or 10,000, or even 5,000? Why? What's happening there? If you can't be honest about that, you're fucking cooked. And just like with WWE, if you can't criticize some of the shit, some of the time, you're fucking cooked. And that was a point that Billy Boy brought up on his shit. And it's a great point. I'm going to shout him out for that point, and check out the Dirty Sheets. And that was him adding some context there. I could have played his clip, but it's like a 30-minute video, or it was like an hour. I can't remember how long it was, but either way, I didn't like timestamp it or anything. But he explains how Vince Russo like thought he'd get a job and all of that, and that was really good context for that fucking tweet, which is awesome as well. So thank him for that. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was I hurt my throat doing that. Okay, guys. I'm gonna check in with chat over. Yeah, Collision. Honestly, guys, let's break it down. Let's review Collision. Why not? Where are we time-wise here? Oh yeah, just over the 3-hour mark, bud. Let's we'll just quickly talk about it. I already gave the quick review, actually. So what can I add to what I already said? Yeah, the opener, no interest, went too long. Garcia got a little bit over. That was cool. Moxley's cringe as fuck. He doesn't sell. And then the rest of the show, not bad. Fletcher fucking was cooking. I like his pink suit. I like his look. He cuts good promos. What else was good? So they stuck Tekla and her group with Megan Bain, which is like, Megan Bain is awesome, but like, I don't fucking know why you got to put them all together. 8-man all-star. That's some bullshit, bad booking. So as far as matches, crowd reaction, and then promos were like pretty bad. I'd say promos were the weak part of the show. So again, a wrestling heavy. Wrestling was awesome. Okay. What different? What is stealing me away? What happened? Oh, MJF said some semi-racialist shit about someone and called them a bitch or said shit or whatever. Ooh, that happens every fucking time. So like, what was different about that? What makes me go, holy fuck, I gotta see next week? You know? I don't think any of it, but hey man, to each their own. Let's check in with chat here. King Dingaling for 5 says, Sickos are the reason my iron legit has warming to not iron when wearing the clothes. My example is a more pathetic Tobias Finke. So is that, you're talking about Arrested Development, right? Okay, well, thank you for your support. I really, really, really appreciate that, and I acknowledge you, King.
Acknowledge me.
George Capture for 5 says, over 100 likes accomplished again. We will never, ever be the same again. Man, round of applause. Almost 400 watching across X and YouTube. YouTube.com/ and thank you, George, for staying on top, everybody there. Round of applause. Amazing, brilliant stuff. YouTube.com / at prowrestleclips. Patreon.com / prowrestletimes. Okay, guys? Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, you already know. The main event is coming. But before, Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild! Yay!
Sorry, Chad. I just wanted to chug a bunch of water. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so. Sorry, chat. I needed water, dude. Okay, so it is time. And then all you guys would hear me is, oh, bleh, bleh, bleh. Oh, I just did it anyway. So gay. I'm gay now. Oh, did I tell you I'm gay? So the. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for everybody's favorite segment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
This just in, we have confirmed that Dave Meltzer fears PWT and flutes.
So Dave Meltzer, he had this to say in regards to Taz's retirement or hanging of his banner or whatever. And Taz was like, yo, he said, nah, as per my request, no need to have it on TV. We have lots of current in-ring wrestlers that should get the TV time. This isn't about me. It's 2025. I've been retired for years. I do not want or need anyone's TV time. Not how I'm wired. Fucking Dave. Dave goes, nope. And he gives his own opinion, but shut up. You know, and Dave goes, this is the thing where your opinion's not warranted. If a guy wants to be retired on TV or in his backyard or in his right? It's like you saying some shit about where he got married or something. You know, if he wants his banner hung on TV or on fucking internet or whatever. But Dave was like, I strongly disagree. Actually, Taz, I get your sentiment. It is about the future, but sometimes you want to honor and reflect on the past. So all these fucking goofy goofballs, sicko motherfuckers going, it's just nostalgia. WWE is just nostalgia. Here's King Sicko himself. Fucking fansplaining to Taz about why he should have fucking did the nostalgia thing and hang his fucking rafters or his am I saying rafters the whole time? His banner in the rafters. I'm a dummy.
Learn, baby, learn. Meltzer Inferno.
Right? They're all freaking out. Dave's begging for nostalgia. I just find that hilarious. And then Taz responds. He's like, so you're disagreeing with they would call my moment and how I prefer to have it done. Come on. People watch. I can't believe I didn't retweet this. What the fuck? People watching programming much different than years ago. People can still see it's all online. Taz, thank you, dude. And like, I don't care if they did it on TV or not, but that's the whole thing when Goldberg was all like, oh man, that was shitty how they retired me and stuff. Dude, he got all the views from them, like putting it online. I'm not saying this would do that because they didn't book this the right way. But Goldberg had his match. He had his crazy moment with his family and everyone's in the ring. It cuts off. It goes to social media where he gives his final speech and a babillion people watch it. So Taz gets it. God damn it. People can still see it. It's all online. I never want to take TV time from anyone that's still bumping or younger than me. That's just how I feel for a long time, and that ain't changing. No ego or insecurities for me. Fucking Dave, I disagree. Actually, Taz, And I just said, Dave Meltzer's such a clown dude. He negatively affects AEW and galvanizes a bunch of sick people online to do the same. I told you guys recently, one day a bunch of active wrestlers will say something and validate me. They all agree with Flutes. I'm glad Taz pointed the obvious out to old Magoo. So moving along. So here's what Dave said. And again, man, do we gotta what have I fucking told you guys? 50 steps ahead of Dave, always. But he says the new AAA creative structure. This is Observer. This could be anyone, likely Dave. He writes out all of the newsletter, right? So the new AAA creative structure has Paul Levesque at the top, with his main creative support being. So if this is all true, which it is. Dave is right, but he's late to the party. You know what I mean? But the new creative support being Jeremy Borash. I fucking told you guys that. We're anyone. It's Conan, Borash, and talks to Conan. That's the WWE guy. Told you that a long time ago. Mark Calloway, now with him, it's like a consulting. It's support. So he's like more of a support. Charles Ashenoff. Is that his name? Chuck Conan. Is that his name? I didn't even fucking know that, actually.
Conan!
And Dorian Roldan. Now listen to this. The key producers for the brand are now Matt Bloom. Crazy. Pete Dunne. Love that, Pete. Love that. He's doing producing and shit. He's wrestling on some indies. He's being one of the El Grande Americano guys. Fucking awesome. Chavo Guerrero Jr. Awesome. Another great fucking guy that AEW fumbled a little bit because they brought him in and all that shit. Him and Jose, the assistant, and all that shit. That was cooking, man. And then again, Chavo, but he's like a WWE nostalgia guy, so I guess they'd have gotten roasted for that. But all good either way. He's just a guy I'd want back, especially when you have smaller guys. Chavo teamed with Eddie, and he wrestled the Kurt Angles and Edge and all these guys. Like he was tagging against the world's greatest tag team and all these fucking legit bigger guys, even like a Benoit at the time. He was fucking juiced up, man. So psychology wise and shit, Chavo's just a guy you want, and I don't know why AEW let him go, and neither does he, according to him. Jack Melendez, Moody Jack, Juan Rivera, Savio Vega, Jose Cordero, Lindsay Dorado. So Lindsay's been working with WWE and NXT for a while behind the scenes, helping guys with gear and all that shit. And one other person. Look at this. One other unnamed person. Huh. Who's that, I wonder?
This just in from Phil Marks of PWT. He says, I told you so.
Alberto Del Rio, anyone? There is some input from Shawn Michaels to Levesque, but it was said that so why this is my problem with fucking Dave Magoo. He calls like The Rock Dwayne. He calls Triple H Levesque, but then he'll call Shawn Michaels Shawn Michaels. Like, why don't you call him Hickenbottom? Why don't you call everybody by their real name? This doesn't make fucking sense. But he's not really involved because he's so heavily invested in NXT. But yeah, and one other person. Who's that person? Well, I already told you guys a long ass time ago. So yeah, Phil don't miss. Tony Khan's report on we read that one. That was fucking funny. So Dave Meltzer and Brian Alvarez have filed for divorce due to irreconcilable differences over AEW moving their pay-per-view to 3 p.m. They get in a big fight. I can't wait, man. Tony Khan and AEW have once again shattered a lifelong relationship. RIP. September 4th, 2025. Let's see this. All Out versus WrestlePalooza. Pay-per-views on Max, Dynamite, NXT, and more. And they get in a fight. We have a clip of it. We might even have the full goddamn thing. Here is Dave Meltzer and Brian coping, though, over the Netflix numbers, and they're like, they're virtually impossible. And it's like, yeah, Dave, the fake version of them that you do in your mind don't work out. Are impossible.
Learn, baby, learn. Meltzer Inferno.
But you're just a dumbass.
The numbers that they gave on Monday are actually mathematical impossibilities.
Yes, but I have a question for you.
Yes.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
If we know that these numbers are not real,
yes,
and we know that they're manipulated.
Oh, you don't know. You don't know that they're manipulated. You don't know them. The Netflix people know them, and people in WWE know them. You don't know shit. You don't know shit. Oh, Netflix posts the fucking, and we know what they are, and then we go by the fucking, shut up. Just shut up. No one gives a fuck. Hey, how about this? Who cares what any of the ratings are for any of these shows? How about that? How about that? Stop hanging your hat on that. It's only ruined AEW. That wouldn't even be the discussion surrounding AEW if they didn't make it that all the fucking time and trying to discredit WWE. Yeah, the Netflix numbers aren't 10 million people watching every week. We know they're not as good and as strong as people anticipate. Okay, they're still there for 5 years. Who cares? Who gives a fuck? They're selling out everywhere. Why do you care that they sell out? Fucking don't. If you want to talk about, well, I do, but I don't. Like, I love it because pro wrestling's stronger than ever. Just like I like when TNA sells out. Just like I go, pretty good house for AEW. And people are like, 4K. When they do 4K, I'm like, that's a good house. 4K? Yeah, that's good for them now. I'm happy. I like when pro wrestling thrives. The problem is that it's always about these fucking numbers and shit. Okay, then. So we go, look at who's doing the best merch sales, the best attendance, the best. Oh, well, it's fucking McDonald's. Okay, so McDonald's trying to sell the most cheeseburgers, so they are the best at doing that. Their objective isn't to be a Wagyu beef burger. We have all these dumb fucking arguments that it always gets, the goalpost gets moved or gets spun into this fucking argument where we're talking about Taylor Swift. Meanwhile, AEW fans want Taylor Swift. Oh, is Taylor Swift the best at selling records? Yeah, and that's her fucking objective. So, like, what are you talking about? Yes. At making sad love songs after she breaks up with dudes? Yep, the best at it. I think so, right? So WWE's objective is like, we're trying to be the most mainstream sports entertainment, global fucking big fight feel, sports-based wrestling and entertainment-based wrestling program on the planet. I think they're the best at that. I don't fucking know. We can look at these numbers to prove that. Now, if you want to argue about what's the best style of wrestling, I argue they're doing it in WWE. They give you the flippy shit. They give you the TLC hardcore shit. They give you blood now and again. They give you fucking swears now and again, if that's your cup of, right? They give you a bit of everyone's like, oh, AEW's got a bit of everything. Not really, man. It's got a bunch of run-ins, gory shit, cringe, immature, Vince McMahon level fucking cringe shit, and then like matches with lots of crazy fucking moves that go on too long over and over and over again. Okay, no promos are exceptional. They're getting kind of repetitive. I don't know, man. What more do we got to say? Like, let's just argue the art. Like, we would be arguing like, well, no, what fucking match was better this week? But we're not arguing about that because fucking it's about the numbers and shit because of these two chuckle fucks is the point I'm getting at. The conversation should be more nuanced than this fucking bullshit, but it's really gross and disappointing. In 2020 fucking 5, I keep going back to the 20. That's such a virtue signal. It's 2025. Think of the children. Will someone think of the children? Will someone think of the date and time and place?
Every week.
Yes.
Why are you even bothering to like follow them? They're fake.
The hours are real. It's easy to track. It's not difficult at all. I've done the math. The math is perfect. We take the hours and we divide it by the runtime. What they are doing with the runtime is the manipulation, because they are acting as if.
And then he fucking puts his own math on the screen.
In most cases, they usually act that it's somewhere between, I've seen as low as 4, as high as about 25%. One show in the early days, they were at 80%.
In the early days, 10 months ago, what are you talking about? He's, dude.
100%.
Let's just listen.
Watch.
I'm going to go
live,
off. We have a lot.
Okay, and then they take the live thing. You know, as it got when you were talking about getting to 15%, 10%, it's ridiculous because we know that far more of those people watch live. But this week, of course, they actually had it to where nobody watched. Nobody watched live, and
nobody watched live. Nobody. I didn't do a stream watching it live, Dave.
Of you people like me and you.
No, I know. He's just speaking. I'm dissecting it, but he's just speaking so like nobody watched it. It was on at lunch. People were at work. The fuck you talking about? Well, internationally, Brian. Internationally, Phil. In the UK.
You that watched hours later and watched commercials, we couldn't have because it wouldn't fit into the thing. The average runtime of that show was 1 hour. The hour, if you divide the two numbers, it's 1 hour and 55 minutes. Okay, we all watched that show. Was last week's show. This week's show was 2 hours 46. Last week's show was 2 hours 36 minutes. So that's the manipulation.
What manipulation though? I just don't get it. So then why don't you spurg out about like, oh, the Tom Brady roast didn't really break record? Like, why do you care? The whole point of streaming is so you can watch shit later. Why would Netflix like, oh, we're just lying about this thing and we're not, and we don't want the PLEs though? Why would they be like really honest? Like, we don't want the PLEs. And why would they bury this thing that they spent a bunch of money on? Why wouldn't they try and put it over? Why do you care about that? Because
the numbers
this
that
is
they
why.
gave on Monday.
This is why the wrestling don't hold up. Because you're begging bruv right now to fucking wrestle a Roman Reigns style. Because you'll get smoked, and he gets smoked in every. I don't know. It doesn't matter, dude. Look at their fucking sellouts. Look at the social media numbers and all this shit. If you want to start talking about numbers, right? Like it just the streaming on Netflix is like. A lot of people just watch wrestling on YouTube and shit now too. WWE knows that. They lean into it. Now break that down with Max and go, well, this NBA game at their peak with LeBron and Doncic did, when it did 1 million, Max touted it, right? Like, why don't you do a breakdown like that for that and talk about how their numbers, they're doing a spin on their numbers too. It's fucking nuts, dude. So, yeah, we covered Dave disagreeing with Taz about his own feelings. And not that feels conquers reels, but just being like, I disagree with his call on how his banner, how his jersey gets hung up, dude. What kind of clown shit is that? So Dave Meltzer says he responds to Bully Ray's tweet. And he says, what are minus 28.5%? Plus 3.5%? Minus 57%? Minus 34.6%? And minus 44.2%? Dave, nobody knows. Not even your little daddy, Tony Khan, or your little son, rather, Tony Khan.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
And none of the boys that you blow. Like if Will Ospreay saw this, he's like, what? He'd be like, what the fuck? Bruv, nobody knows what you're talking about. This is fucking dumb. This doesn't matter. Shut up. And Dave takes this position of like, if you don't know this, then you're just a lying fraud. Dave, are you going to challenge Bully now? And does he have to outdraw Dynamite 2 in 2025? Just to fuck you up? Is that what he's got to do now? Conan and Bischoff already fucked you up. Do we need to like start a thing where we harass Bully until we go throw a show? Well, he's the only match announced for BFG, Bound for Glory, I think. That's going to do crazy numbers for TNA, man. What are you going to say then? And then the fucking yes. Oh my God. This is amazing. This is awesome right here, dude. Justified. This is awesome, Chance. So Dave Meltzer in a nutshell, we covered that. The mathematician there, or that wasn't the mathematician, but that was Dave's math, what he was just spurging about. Yeah, so here is Neckbeard's post. This one, Wrestle Talk says Kurt Angle calls out a lack of selling and psychology in modern wrestling. So he's calling out Meltzer's little baby favorite style. His favorite baby style. I have to respond. Meltzer Magoo, I have to respond to this. Yeah, let me respond to this, to Kurt Angle as well. Let me tell Taz and Kurt Angle what's what. See, it's gone to his head. Dave's gone too far. It's gone to his head. He thinks, and because of Tony, it's because of Tony, I'm telling you. It's gone to his head where this billionaire is doubling, tripling, quadrupling, quintupling, I don't fucking know, down on Tony Khan's vision of pro wrestling, or Dave Meltzer's vision of pro wrestling. And Tony takes his advice. He does. He texts him. Dave says it. I was really pushing for, well, the creative is this. Even Brian had to call it out. Trying Brian had to be like, dude, these are like text conversations you fucking have. And none of us are privy to this information. Tell the audience this shit. You fucking mark. And now he's going to tell Kurt Angle, who won a gold medal with a broken freaking neck. And Dave says, please, number 23, please no, 23 years ago when I was telling everyone how great Kurt was, bro, everyone knew that Kurt was great. Dave, nobody needed you to tell anybody how great he was. The pay-per-view sales, how hot the Attitude Era was, his legend in the sport of pro wrestling, his legend in the sport of amateur wrestling in the Olympics. We didn't need Dave dummy fucking Meltzer, slobber tongue fucking Meltzer, telling anybody how good Kurt Angle was 23 years ago or now. The smart fans and older wrestlers, aside from Flair, were constantly doing, he's a great athlete, but he's going too fast and has no psychology. So, Dave, I thought that the smart fans all listened to you. That's what you claim. You're infinitely smarter. The smart fans listen.
Stupid idiot.
We have nigh infinite examples of this, of you saying this. But you're saying smart fans back then were shitting on Kurt for being too quick and being too fast, Brian. And you were like, no, stupids. He's actually really good. I thought the smart fans all listen to you. So which is it? It's the problem with Dave. He can't keep up with his own bullshit. He just says shit. He just says shit, then he'll flip-flop it. And the thing is that Dave Meltzer, so what he's doing now is this is the same story he's told about other wrestlers. Oh, Shawn Michaels, they said he was too fast. Oh, I used to say that Rock and Roll, the Midnight Express, they used to say they were too quick, and I defend, and I said they were great, Brian. And he has this same story he just tells about like different wrestlers in different eras. By the way, they used to say that about Shawn. See, exactly. There you go. Definitely said it about Flair. Lived through this for 4 generations. While there is truth in some of what he is saying, please, older guys, learn the perspective of history. Farmer Burns said it about Stetcher. Everyone said it about Sonnenberg. Later about Rogers. Okay, Dave, here's the problem, though. There are limits to things. Okay. And this is the biggest fucking problem with Dave. And he's about to learn this. Shawn Michaels was over as fuck, considered one of the greatest of all time. By many people, not just you. Many people who have way bigger influences over the way people think about wrestling, who actually did the fucking thing. And they will say Flair and Michaels. Who the fuck is Drew like Flair or even Michaels in AEW?
Stupid idiot.
Who's done it? Who's fucking drawn consistently like Flair in AEW to where you can even compare any of them to Flair? So maybe this is the limit. Maybe we found it. Maybe it's like, no, dude, this is the fucking limit. There's no going past where we're at, where guys are taking doomsday devices on the outside, landing on their fucking neck, then going, I have 3 herniated discs, bruv. Let me jump off the cage in the cage match, bruv. Maybe that's just like too much. And we're just like gone too far at that point. Oh, take in context history. Yeah, guys were a lot bigger. A lot of these guys who flew around, they would wrestle some smaller guys as an attraction, but then when they got really over, they were wrestling like bigger dudes. Like Michaels had to wrestle Diesel and Vader and Undertaker and have these brilliant fucking matches. Who are you comparing? Well, Ospreay, Omega. Okay, but you say that. That's not the collective. Everyone doesn't agree on that the way everyone agrees Flair's one of the GOATs, Dave. So again, you're like, oh, the history. But, well, I'm talking like Dave is here. He's here. He's right here with me. It's just, yeah. Dave fucking.
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Like, I get it that wrestlers said it back then. But you're like, oh, Farmer Burns said it about Stetcher. Okay. Everyone didn't think it was a work back then. A lot of people still believed in it. It was still real to me, damn it, for a lot of folks. So, again, you're not thinking about history. You're just like using the same story you've told 100 times about, I knew they were over, and then fucking these guys said they were too fast. And I was like, no, this is great. More flips. So SmackDown on Friday did a 1.15, 0.28 lowest for a regular episode. Even July 4th shows going against 3 college football games and for a show airing on 5-hour tape delay. Okay, what were the Netflix numbers? Add it. But yeah, everyone was down. There's football and shit. Absolutely. But for Dave to act like, I'm just tired of it being it's not comparable. AEW is not comparable to WWE. We just got to accept that. Not in the numbers. Now, if you want to talk about opportunity and like the fucking contracts they're paying, okay, sure. A lot of athletes get overpaid. That's nothing new. So this guy here, Gumster, says, Dave, regarding the UFC Paramount deal, I just want to know, how did Paramount afford this deal the week before they purchased South Park, which was $1 billion deal, then got UFC? Where did they get all this money since they're losing money on the app? Yeah, so they paid South Park, or they, which one was it? They paid, I think, UFC more than they're worth or something like that. And yeah, dude, money is just invisible shit that rich people and elitists print out and just say like, oh, that's worth $50. And then we're all living life like, hey, what's up? You guys? Like, that's what it is, bro. All this shit. They fucking print out money with interest. What? How does that fucking work? I don't know. They print out money that already has interest from invisible money. What the fuck? It's like... But anyways, Dave goes, the deal made no current business sense. On Monday's show, I went into the reasons they do things like this in detail. The Friday Garrett shows have talked about the business of streaming. Except Batman and the whys of deals that lead to often billions in losses to the streaming companies. And then Niccolo Piccolo says, no, moron. And I just liked it because he called him a moron. So yeah, Niccolo Piccolo goes off on Dave quite a few times. So here is Dave Meltzer saying, shout out Neckbeards. And Meltzer says, history shows WWE and AEW both lose viewers to sports. Stop comparing them, bro. Stop comparing them. Why do you guys need validation through WWE? Why can't you just be validated in the shit because it's not legit? And y'all all know that. The sickos, Dave, you all know that deep down. That's why you look for validation through WWE. That's not how it fucking works. It's so fucking stupid. It's nuts, man. Jesus Christ. So AEW, so he says AEW also does when news numbers are high. People have this stereotype of an AEW fan, and a small percentage fit it. But of the mass TV audience, they are like people with every TV show. It's not their lives. If they are home watching and nothing is better on, they will. No, Dave, people don't just throw AEW on casually like they do WWE. Maybe in some rare occasions, but they're just not doing that, man. It's like the uber hardcores. I've said this once and I'll say it again. I need to make this a fucking t-shirt. Okay? Most AEW fans watch WWE too. Most WWE fans do not watch AEW. That's for the sickos and the wackos in the back, okay? Most AEW fans watch WWE. Most WWE fans don't watch AEW. Stop comparing it. Maybe they'll watch on DVR or streaming later. Maybe they'll miss a show just like WWE. Yeah, but more people watch WWE. Just say that. Although it has a higher loyalty factor, they get killed every year by the NFL and NBA playoffs. But they still do in the millions. So who cares? So who gives a shit? Oh, they get killed just like AEW. So AEW's doing like their worst numbers ever, but they get killed. WWE too. Why do you need to validate yourself through what WWE is doing? It's so fucking stupid. Like, it's the dumbest thing, man. So Meltzer said what? Says, wow, second on cable and third. And shout out Meltzer said what, by the way. That's my buddy. Second on cable and third for the night, only trailing 2 college football games. This is incredible. An incredible rating according to Uncle Dave's new rules of ratings. Congratulations, WWE, on another successful show. And so, yeah, Dave is like, the show finished third for the night on the 18-49 charts, trailing 2 college football games. The top-rated game, average on another game on Fox, finished second with a 0.64, blah, 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 2.832 million viewers. Yeah, he was on at lunch. He was on a tape delay and shit. I don't know, man. It's just boring. It's fucking so boring to hear Dave, like, constantly trying to do math. It's just like fucking bullshit. So Meltzer said, what says, here's the video. Dynamite Dave is just as big a piece of shit to his best friend and life partner, Brian, as he is to random egg accounts on Twitter. He cannot shut the fuck up for 10 consecutive seconds to listen to anybody else's point. You know what? We have a lot of fucking Dave. Let's slide through some of these and then we'll come back. Like that, their argument is the main event of this evening. Okay. So we're going to circle back to that. Dave Meltzer gets super mad, dude. He gets really mad and frustrated and he's coping and seething. He's going through some fucking emotional damage.
Emotional damage.
And Dave is like, God damn, are you stupid? He has had as many 4-star matches, which is what you should look at, as almost anyone from his generation was voted into the Hall of Fame. the one with voting in-ring wrestler of the decade. And yes, I wrote about this and his ability, while others did the no psychology, works too fast bullshit that I knew from the legacy of Ric Flair, how 20 years later he'd be viewed as one of the all-time great. His brain starts fucking melting. Cannot compute. Holy shit, man. This is crazy. And then Brian Greig goes, so you were telling everyone how great he was 23 years ago. Okay, let's see how good your prediction was. And Dave's triggered because this guy pulled his card. Bro, you gave him 2 5-star matches or whatever. You've given Ospreay 52. And he's like, well, you should look at their 4-star matches are equal, though. You don't get it, Dave. Objectively speaking, maybe it's not objective. People throw that around. Listen, maybe it's not objective. At what point does the collective subjective opinion on something then become an objective opinion on something? I don't know, but I'll just say subjectively on a far greater scale. Can I word it that way? Does that work? More people think Kurt Angle was greater and has way better matches than Ospreay. We could stack them up. Match for fucking match, dude. And then also Angle's greatness as far as when he started and how far he came, how fast, and how far he went along. In his rookie year, winning titles and shit. That and like not training a lot either. It's not like rookie year, oh, he was in OVW for 5 fucking years and then finally gets his run. It wasn't like that either. So Dave is he's so up his own ass. And he is so narrow-minded and incapable of looking at things objectively or putting himself in someone else's shoes or looking. He's so out of touch with like the general perception of like a normal wrestling fan. They look at Kurt Angle and his excuse would just be like, well, they've never seen Will Ospreay, but I thought they're doing Raw numbers, Dave. So then why aren't there people there's more people clamoring about Roxanne Perez than Will Ospreay? And that's not, look up the Google Analytics. That's not even, I bet that's true. I bet someone could fact check me live on PWT right now, and that's true. So to me, man, Dave, well, not to me. I think just we can all admit here and agree. Dave Meltzer is incapable of like putting himself or looking at it from other people's perspective. And he's entirely out of touch with what just like the general consensus is on fucking Kurt Angle. He's a better wrestler than Bruv. He understands psychology way more than Bruv. He accomplished more in less time than Bruv did. His matches, I could name 100 that are better than every Ospreay match that he's ever put on. Maybe not 100. Maybe that's being a little salacious there, like Dave likes to be. You're bringing the worst out of me, Dave. I'm stooping to your level with that one. But, you know, I could name 10 that are better probably. That are, if I really sat down and thought about it, you know? Well, if you have to sit down and think, that's the thing. I can't think of an Ospreay match where I go, that was fucking 5 stars. I really honestly can't, like, think of one off the top of my head. You know what I'm a mark for? When he wrestled Vader on an indie or whatever in the UK. Vader came out of retirement after he was shitting on like the flippy style, and then he put Vader over. That was cool as fuck. But was that like the greatest 5-star match ever? No, I don't think so. And so yeah, Dave is just so out of touch with like how people perceive things. And Kurt Angle's, we're not going to compare their 4 stars because Angle's 4 stars, some of them probably should have been 5s, and fucking Ospreay's 5 stars, a bunch of them should be like 3 and 2.5 stars and maybe some 4 stars in there. I don't know though. We don't know like the curriculum of how, if I started a 5-star system, I would give you guys a curriculum. I would lay out like, this is how you remind me of what I really am. I would say like, this is how I come to this conclusion, you know, and we wouldn't break the fucking scale. It's like a Richter scale, Brian. So, anyways, he's getting mad. God damn, you are stupid. The flippy bullshit. He's just getting mad because it's all blowing up in his face. It's all crumbling down, dude. And then this guy's like, what are your thoughts regarding the time shift, Dave? I've been arguing for it for weeks. So he thinks they should back down and move All Out away. And we covered it. Tony caved and listened to Dave again. Cave Meltzer. It's Tony's new nickname. Triple Cup, Cave Meltzer. Someone asked Grok if this was correct, and Grok was like, the math doesn't add up. Which is the point Dave was making. Which is funny. He's trying to say that the Netflix numbers are a fucking sham. But then how does he come up with any numbers at all? God damn, I don't know. Here is Dave glazing the worst rated Dynamite in history.
Then we had Young Bucks, Fletcher, and Alexander versus Jet Speed, Kenny Omega, and Hangman. And this match was awesome.
No, it fucking wasn't. He doesn't even believe what he's saying. Brian doesn't even believe what he's saying. I promise you that.
Match. Nick Jackson he was unreal here. I mean, this was probably the best.
Nick Jackson was unreal, bro. He does the same shit he's been doing on the indies for how long? This whole Nick Jackson is awesome is a 4-year-old conversation that they never capitalized on, and so it doesn't matter.
You know, Nick Jackson's always great, but this was probably the best Nick Jackson. I was just saying a long time, but goddamn, that match with Swerve and Will Ospreay was out of this world.
Out of this world. That match with Swerve and Ospreay was out of this world, Brian. God damn it. What a glazer, man.
Oh my God. It's the greatest thing I've ever seen. Ospreay or something. And he was pretty good in that cage match too, but look, you had Adam Page who looked absolutely great in this match. You had Kenny Omega who looked great. You had Kyle Fletcher.
And he always just says this. He always just says this. This person looked great. This person looked great. And that's what Tony Khan says. What the fuck does that even mean? Was it selling good? No. The Young Bucks don't really sell. Well, Matt Jackson was for a while. He was selling his back for like months. But yeah, I don't know, man. They were great. This guy was great. This guy was great. Everyone was great. Well, what about it? Oh, the rope work, the Meltzer driver to the outside.
Sure, who looked great, and Nick outshined all of them.
Then we had Young Bucks, Fletcher, and Alexander versus Jet Speed, Kenny Omega, and Hangman.
That's glaze Meltzer, dude, right there. That's crazy glaze. That's glazy. Brian, you don't have to live like this. So Meltzer said what? And he holds out for Brian. That's why it's trying Brian. I talked to Meltzer. Meltzer said what about this? We'll give it to Brian. But he's like, Brian, you don't have to live like this. You've done radio with Dave for 25 years, and he treats you like a dog. Dave is a petulant child and has the social skills of a toddler. You need to mute his mic and put him in timeout when you're speaking. Fuck yeah. So here is his star ratings for Clash in Paris. Reigns versus Reed, 3.5. Wyatt's versus Profits, 2.75. Oh, it's based on how the crowds moved. Okay, then Roman Reigns and Reed was a 6 stars. And Dave, you can't give it stars based on the afterbirth either. That's not allowed. Lynch versus Bella, 2. Rusev versus Sheamus, 4.25. Cena versus Paul, 4.5. So he's putting Paul on like Ospreay level, dude. Rollins, Punk, LA Knight, Uso, 4.25. I think his star ratings for WWE are too high as well, or too low sometimes. I just don't think he rates well at all. I just don't think his I don't know how he's breaking it down, but I just do not think he does a good job of it for WWE or AEW. Nick Jackson, he was unreal. He outshined everyone. We just read that. So Dave Meltzer is like, I believe WWE gets Peacock numbers. They don't release them, but I've had conversations even in the last 24 hours, Brian, where it's been brought up in terms that they have them. But for most streaming properties, the belief is they don't have the numbers because it gives the streaming company an enormous advantage in contract negotiations. And then Niccolo Piccolo goes false. Did he respond to this? They know the numbers in real time. Yes, he says. Here's the thing, man. If I was Tony Khan, I would know the fucking numbers on Max. Like, how would you fucking not? That's literally your business. And Niccolo Piccolo, a guy who's in the TV world, he's like, look, man, the people who are in charge of the company know what the fucking numbers are. And I don't know, I'm inclined to believe that. I believe Tony Khan knows, even if other people don't know. I believe Tony Khan's had those conversations and they've given him estimates or whatever the fuck. He's seen spreadsheets or something. For sure. I believe Triple H knows the exact real-time Netflix fucking numbers. I'm positive. I'm sure Netflix, I'm positive of all of that as well. At the same time, someone proves some shit, like someone proves some shit, or I don't fucking, we're hearing it from Nick, who's like in the biz. So I guess that's somewhat from the horse's mouth, but until someone from Max comes and says, oh, it's fucking doing 50 billion or whatever all these sickos are saying, I just don't believe it. It's just that simple. So Meltzer said, is there any show or event AEW fans won't prioritize over Dynamite, according to Dave Meltzer? Little League, World Series, tennis, pickleball, roller derby, Vanderpump Rules, AJ Lee. And that's the other thing, man. I point this out all the time. Meltzer buries shit, and he's too dumb to realize how he buries it. So all the time, he's like, well, news was on and this was on, and Little League World Series was on, and Vanderpump Rules, and it's all roller derby. He's used all these excuses over the years, and it's like, so AEW fans are into all this obscure shit. They all go watch roller derby. They all go watch Vanderpump Rules instead of AEW. Like, dude, it's sickos watching. It's hardcore wrestling fans watch AEW. Like, I don't understand what he doesn't get about that. So yeah, Dynamite did a 4.72. The last two AEW shows have done terrible numbers after just a few weeks ago doing great numbers. Actually, except, well, it was, the US Open tennis, it was big, but that was not enough for, this number. It was, actually, it was, he, number 4 in the time slot behind US Open, Fox News, and Challenge. So it's just like, so every show's better than AEW. This is what he doesn't understand when he starts saying, like, Ospreay could do like the Roman Reigns, he could do the top guy WWE style better than anyone in the world and like get super over. You should start doing that now that he's all hurt after I encouraged him to destroy his body for 5 stars. So, Dave, you just buried AEW. You just said their style of wrestling's fucking not the top guy shit. You're saying that Ospreay could slow it down and get more over and do it at like a Roman level? Huh. Roman level is like fucking the tippy top level in the world. So, okay, you just shit all over everything that you think you're like, he thinks he's helping. He's fucking not. And Tony thinks he's helping too. That's what's crazy. So Dave Meltzer gave this 90-minute CMLL Grand Prix Team International versus Team Mexico match 5 stars. A 90-minute CMLL match where Team Mexico, which was like Mystico, Mascota Dorado, Templario, Volado Jr., Atlantis Jr., Defunto, Titan, Neon, Anal. That's what she said. Oh, I'm sorry. I really. And Angel De Oro. I'm just trying to throw the accent. I apologize. Zandokan. Because I don't know the dude. So Anal. Oh, go. Rocky Romero. And then this is the international side. Rocky Romero, Taiji Ishimori, Donovan Dijak, Leo Rush, Speedball Mike Bailey, the Beast Mortis, Action Andretti, Robbie, Michael Oku, TJP. And it was like a 90-minute match or something like that. If I'm not mistaken, that's that match. And he gave it 5 stars, dude. A 90-minute tag match. And even Dave was like, when he covered it, he's like, oh, man. You know, a lot of people were like, it was great. And then a lot of people were like, oh, it was fucking bad midway through. And then it picked up. So it's like, how can that be a 5 stars? So Tony needs to stop letting Dave run AEW. That's from Disco Inferno.
Learn, baby, learn. Meltzer Inferno.
Dave says it's very possible that tonight's show will be John Cena's last SmackDown appearance. It's very possible. Yeah, it was. That's what it fucking was. So Filthy Tom Lawler, for some reason, getting in the mix with Nicolo Piccolo, dude. So Meltzer's like, they don't know them. The NBA doesn't even know their max numbers. So that's a bold-faced lie.
Liar! Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar!
That's a lie. We've shown them flexing the NBA max numbers on this
Liar!
show. They've said, this many million watched our show. 187,000 watched on max. And it was the Lakers versus Luke with LeBron versus Doncic and the Mavs. And they flex those numbers. They flex the numbers for that show, The Pit. Dave is he literally doesn't know anything. He doesn't have sources. Producers of TV shows on Max and other streaming services don't know their numbers. Confidentiality is the highest, even tougher than getting pay-per-view numbers. See, which, okay, I'll give him this. It might be tougher than getting pay-per-view numbers. I'll give him that. Here's the thing, though, man. The this is just, again, an old talking point of like the streamers. I went to negotiate with them. They wouldn't reveal the streaming numbers of whatever. They won't tell you so that they can fucking lowball you, blah, 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 blah. Okay, but people have caught up to that. Like, you know, the agents, the managers and shit in Hollywood, trust me, they've caught up to that shit with the streamers. And yes, they still do try and hide them. Like, Dave's not entirely wrong there. But like, and I don't know if he's saying like the producers of shows. Yeah, I mean, there's 12 producers on a show sometimes. I mean, I'm being exaggerative, but like, yes, not everyone's privy to everything. Not everybody even cares about that shit. But like, again, that's like an old thing Dave heard 3 years ago. And he's like, oh, for Bert Kreischer, they lowballed him because they didn't tell him the numbers of whatever. That's some shit that like Amy Schumer was crying about or whatever. I should get paid as much as Chappelle or Chris Rock or whatever the fuck, when her numbers weren't as good and shit. So that's what this is. And Dave is like just behind the times on that, at least. And I'm not saying it's like 100% transparent across the board. I'm not saying that either. But like, that's just like a talking point that people have been dealing with and calling out the streamers for. And that's why they even show the WWE numbers at all. Right? Like Netflix, I'm talking about in that regard. But anyways, confidentiality is the highest, whatever. Nicolo Piccolo says, how do you lie this easily? So here's a fucking rant. He says, I work at one of the top full-service talent agencies in Hollywood, Stranger Things, Outer Banks, The Masked Singer. These are just a couple of our packages before the WGA shut down TV packaging. Why would you think Hollywood is this stupid? And by the way, Dave, he just won't acknowledge shit. So like, he won't acknowledge fucking flutes. The writer for Observer thanked me. He was like, thank you for plugging our stuff all the time.
Acknowledge me.
when I owned his ass. And Dave won't acknowledge Nicolo Piccolo. Like, he wrote on his message board, or he told people, like, yeah, just ignore him. And that's what the fucking bubble paradox is. And I know it's a cheesy name or whatever, but I coined the term, dude. I swear there's probably something else called the bubble paradox that I don't know about. You know, I bet if I Googled it, it's like, that's already a thing that I don't know. But either way, dude, we're calling it the bubble paradox. It's like, he went and ran to his message board and was like, block all them out. Remember when he did that to Marie Shadows as well? Oh, just don't talk to her. You know, it's because she fucking owned him in an email and he was being a condescending prick to her. And he didn't like that. So he ran to his message board and they're asking, who's Marie Shadows? Is there any credibility? And then he's just like, he just fucking was like, don't even acknowledge, just buried her. He did the same thing with Nicolo Piccolo. Okay. So he says, why would you think Hollywood is this stupid? The major agencies are either majority owned by private equity or sold stakes to firms like Silver Lake, TPG, EQT, Crestview, or our backers. And here's the other thing Dave forgets. A lot of these WWE guys are signed to like big, even ones that aren't public. Just so you guys know, there's wrestlers signed to these big agencies that don't go public with it. They don't fucking put it out there. But they have people from these agencies like haggling deals for them and shit. So it's like, when again, man, just AEW and WWE aren't the same thing. Dave really needs to get it through his head. But he says, do you think deals of that size happen without anyone knowing the numbers? I co-head our film sales and financing department with a colleague who came from 15 years at international finance and production companies. I am global, paranormal activity, Atomic Blonde, A Single Man, and Voltage. Atomic Blonde bombed Brian. The Hurt Locker, Dallas Buyers Club, I Feel Pretty. Dude, those are some great records. No. I've sold or arranged financing for 150 to 200 films, including Immaculate last year with Black Bear that went to Neon. Was that the Sydney Sweeney flick? Hell yeah, dude. All of the streamers run strict retention to cost analytics before making acquisition offers or deciding what they are going to spend on P&A. I know the metrics because I've made a lot of those deals. I've represented actors, showrunners, athletes, music docuseries like the Janet Jackson. Yes, Paul V. Tyson. I've also renegotiated in Success. What do you think Hollywood does? Guess. Just because Netflix did not report the theatrical box office for K-pop Demon Hunters doesn't mean we don't know it made 19 to 19.2 million 2 weeks ago. Apparently K-pop Demon Hunters rules, dude. Our owners, dude, bro. Our owner also owns an NBA team and a minority stake in an NFL franchise. The NBA has a $13 billion valuation. Do you think that 30 teams all owned by billionaires don't know the streaming numbers, or that all of them would be okay with Adam Silver if he told them Max won't tell me? Exactly. If Max even knows them at all, so we can't get the upper hand when we need to negotiate our deal. Why in the world would you or anyone live in this much willful ignorance, really? And that's what I'm trying to explain to you guys. Like 3 years ago, that's like a talking point, maybe even a bit before then. But like the agents and the managers and all this shit in Hollywood have caught on to that. So they're not negotiating. They're like, show me the numbers. Ballpark it. Give me the Nielsen. Let my guy look at that and make sure. They caught on. They're not redax, okay? They fucking figured it out and they go, oh, the streamers want to hide them? Well, then I represent, for instance, Sydney Sweeney or whatever. You don't get this movie unless you show me the fucking numbers. Neon's negotiate. Oh, yeah, we're on this streamer. All of our movies go to this streamer and blah, blah, blah. Well, what's the numbers? We don't fucking know. Just trust. It's not. The game's evolving, Dave. You're behind the times. So, again, shout out Nicolo Piccolo for pointing all of that out. And then he's like, yes, they do. Then Filthy Tom Lawler's like, what's the average number for a broadcast in Max? And then he has another long one, but essentially Nicolo Piccolo's like, that's not how it works. Like, I don't. So here, he sums it up perfectly, actually. He says, Filthy Tom Lawler says, just trying to clarify. Dave doesn't know the numbers. You don't know the numbers, but there are high-ranking executives at Max and possibly other properties involved with Max that do know the numbers. Yes. Ding, 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 ding. Yes, nobody fucking knows them, but Tony Khan for sure knows. If he doesn't, bro, they have total control of that man. He's a dumbass, you know? And yes, people at Max for surely likely do. High-ranking execs, maybe not even them. But the high-ranking exec that deals with AEW's bullshit likely fucking knows. I'm sure Zaslav's seen it on a sheet and went, huh, and then hasn't brought it up. This is how you know it's not important. Because they would be like, holy fuck, it's doing. Zaslav would be like, man, this thing's knocking it out of the park. We're really fucking. He doesn't ever say that. So for sure, he's like seen the numbers and then just whatever, back of the brain. And then NBA, he can just start rattling shit off. Why? Because it's insignificant. That's a way to tell. Pick up on social cues and people and how they say things and what they say. Fucking dummy, Dave. Not filthy Tom. I'm not calling you a dummy, but like this is a good, like Tom Lawler is just pointing this out. He's just like, no one really knows them, but maybe some execs do. Of course. As Doe says, yeah, that's exactly it. Nailed it. Which, I mean, that goes without saying. So Dave needs to quit pretending like he knows them or like he knows who knows them. That's all it is. That's all it is. And so Tom Lawler is like, what's the average number for a broadcast? I don't know. Niccolo Piccolo, his whole thing was like, that's not how it works. The numbers are typically proprietary to the executives and the agents at the top level, producers and other stakeholders involved. The competitive advantage is gained by keeping the numbers on the actual deep and very specific intel within the circle of stakeholders, etc. So he's just saying like, Dave is right about the privacy is a good thing, but to pretend like NBA aren't like, okay, assholes, we're not going to sell you our streaming rights unless you tell us the number. Like, come on, man. You really fucking think that's what's going on, Dave? You're so naive. Or you're just a liar. And so we read Piccolo's thing there. Piccolo, he's Namekian. So the invisible hand, Don Callis, goes off on Meltzer again. He's like, media outlets reporting Taz does right thing, but Meltzer just wants to see his childhood legend on TV. Taz knows the business and protects young talent while Dave gaslights all of us. And then Taz is like, I don't think I ever had 5 stars, so I stunk. Just kind of roasting Dave, man. It's funny. So here is the lie. Listen to this. We caught Dave in some of the funniest fucking Meltzer math, and shout out foul lad Maximil Colby who sent me this. Okay, literal proof Dave Meltzer doesn't know how to do math, and I put I win just because it's a little funny thing to throw in there. But Dave, listen to fucking this. Okay, just listen to this.
If he doesn't,
he's talking about MMA. What he's trying to talk about is how Hanato Money Moicano was like, okay, so the UFC had to pay out a bunch of people. And some people got paid out more. It was like to the tune of like hundreds of millions or whatever the fuck. Some fighters got paid out more. Like one fighter received 10.37 million, not billion, sorry, like 10.3 whatever million. It was Anderson Silva. And then other fighters, like the lowest they got was like $100,000 or something. Like the UFC had to pay out a bunch of fighters for like the time they put in, the level they fought at, all of this shit in like this landmark lawsuit. And all these fighters, if you ever fought in the UFC starting from like 06 or some shit, you are entitled to money. And there was like a deadline to claim it, and they paid everybody out. Some people in the millions, most people in the hundreds of thousands. Hanato Money Moicano works for the UFC currently, and he's like, I didn't accept the money. And his whole thing is preaching like money, money, money. And so people roasted him. They're like, dude, why are you loyal to the UFC? So Dave here is just regurgitating shit he heard other people fucking say. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. And basically, if you reject this money, So Hanato Moicano like turned down his 200 grand, right? That money then gets divvied up to the 600, or I don't know how many fighters it was, but it gets divvied up among them. So each fighter gets like an extra $16 or something. Listen to Meltzer's fucking math. Him try and do the math on this.
If he doesn't take the money, it just goes to somebody else.
Well, what it does is it's prorated, and everyone gets like a few extra dollars.
Yes,
of his money. Everyone will get, whether it's a few extra dollars or like $1. There's like 600 fighters. So if let's just say he was getting 100 grand, and I don't know that number, 600 fighters. So everyone's going to get.
Yeah, they were like, I think Moicano, it was like 200 grand or some shit he was getting. Brendan Schaub was like, I can't remember. I think he's like, oh, I got like 130 grand or some shit. He's like, I bought a truck or some shit. I don't know. Either way, it was a good chunk of change for everybody. Moicano turned it down. But listen to Dave. He's like, if it was 100 grand, listen to this math.
That number, 600 fighters. So everyone's going to get 16,000.
So 100,000 divided by 600 gives you $166.67.
Liar! Learn, baby, learn. Meltzer Inferno.
Okay. So if you were to divvy up 100 grand among 600 people, that's $166. What was Dave's math on that again?
Grand, and I don't know that number. 600 fighters. So everyone's going to get 16,000 extra dollars.
Dave Meltzer, come on down. I should have played it before.
For his silliness. So whatever.
For his silliness. Okay, he just turned down money and a bunch of other people got 160 extra bucks that you think is 16 grand. And you're giving a shitty hack take. Don't talk about MMA. So yeah, Flute's in the chat. Taz is roasting Dave. So Bishop says, have they ever gone this low on Wednesday night before? And then Meltzer goes, nope. Maybe Osprey and Swerve meant way more than we thought. Yeah, when Swerve shows up at the end of the show and they do their lowest ratings for the night and he just jumps off some shit, or Nana dances down and then Swerve is like, yeah, I'm here. And he just stares at everyone. And they do it during the overrun, which is one of the worst rated parts. Yeah, that meant so much to the show, Dave. Fucking stupid idiot. Jesus. So here is Nicolo Piccolo. So here's Dave Meltzer just talking about how they're competing with each other. And Dave Meltzer's like, they are in competition for fans. They are in competition for talent. They are in competition for business deals. One is far bigger than the other, but to deny they are in competition is beyond hilarious, especially this year. I don't know if they're competing for fans. Yeah, they compete for talent, but only because Tony Khan will pay them people like astronomical amounts of money just to get them away from the Fed. They're in competition for business deals. I don't think so. I don't think so at all. One is far bigger than the other. Thank you for admitting that. What business deals are they competing for? Yeah, exactly. Like none. The NBA doesn't want AEW, dude. Unless AEW's like, hey, can we come? We'll bring you a belt and can we come film like one of our Taya Valkyries doing a show? So we saw Dave's cope. And then here's more cope. He's like, well, let's read this one. Well, Dave just got cooked by Nicolo Piccolo. And we covered that. And so here is Dave. And then we're going to do a watch along. It's late night, PWT After Dark. And we're going to watch this clip. And then we're going to watch like a video of them arguing. I think, yeah, I got it. I got the long form one. But here's Dave being like, why is every wrestling show besides NXT down this week? Exactly. NXT was up a little bit. Why? Oh, well, football wasn't on that day. Okay, but you're like every show this week. Raw was on at lunch, at brunch time.
Last week, with the exception of NXT, every show did right at an all-time low. I mean, SmackDown has done lower on FS1, but it was the all-time low on USA. The Netflix number was undoubtedly their all-time low. The obviously AEW Dynamite and Collision were abysmal numbers. They were all-time low. LFG, I believe, was all-time low. It was like maybe 87,000 viewers. If not, it's very close to the all-time low.
We might as well talk about the Dynamite number now.
I got the chart, and I'm looking. Top, number 1, right? Or it's could be number 3, number 5, right? And I'm looking, and it's just like going down that chart, from the top down. And it's like, oh my God. And it was number 21. And I can't remember the last time it was number 21 on Wednesday night.
So Dave is like just coming to the realization, it's fucking dying year over year.
Stupid idiot.
I mean, the funny part is like, I thought the show was really good. The main event.
Exactly. Their worst show ever, and you thought it was really good. Dave, what the fuck does that tell you?
Stupid idiot.
What does that tell you? That should tell you all you need to know.
Poor people don't like AEW. Ben was fantastic, but I mean, that doesn't matter with the ratings. It's just, that's interesting.
Yeah, I was trying to put my finger on it, and my original thought was TV in itself must also be down outside of sports.
AEW was number 21. It was not number 3 or number 5. It was number 3 or number 5 and did this number. I'll just go like, well, what a horrible night for TV. But it fell, in comparison to.
Thank God Dave didn't fucking even let that dude slide with that. That's just way too egregious bullshit, even for Dave.
So, but the television, a lot of these drops, yes, television as a whole is having a remarkably terrible September.
Oh my God, he's full blown.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. The truth it is scalding, and now you are molding and coping so hard. Coping and seething.
So we are going to watch this video. Let me check in with chat really quick, and we're going to watch this video as like the main event of the evening. Okay. So let's share this tab, and we're going to head on over to a wacky place called Wrestling Observer Radio. Let me check in with chat. Oh, we have some super chats here. Sorry, I didn't mean to keep you guys waiting. I'm just cooking, 626 for 2 says, remember when is the lowest from conversation? When is the lowest form of conversation? Ah, man. I'm contemplation. He's contemplation. Get it, Brian? He snuck it in there. Jericho did. He's staying. Kenneth Douglas has been a member for 5 fucking months. And then 6-2, thank you so much for your membership. 626, thank you so much for your support, bruh. For 2 says, Dave Meltzer gave Amy Schumer leather special 5. Oh, it was 5 stars, Brian. I rated it 5 stars on my fucking Netflix. And she's the reason they got rid of like the dislike button or whatever on Netflix too, dude. I acknowledge me. You guys are fucking amazing. Actually, don't be gone, but that's awesome stuff. Contemplation, but like Tony contemplation. Okay. Dude, we have this video. Are they going to do their little cheesy plug at the start? Yeah. So we're going to skip past that part.
This whole thing is.
Here's their argument. Are you guys ready? This is the main event of the fucking evening. Let's run another flute. We'll run an E flute. And let's hear Brian and Dave duke it out.
This whole thing is a casualty.
I'm glad we got into this first because I could go for a half.
The whole thing is a casualty. Instantly, no. It's just wrestling companies doing wrestling company shit.
Hour. I think this is stupid.
Well,
them moving. So is Brian is going to be on the side of they shouldn't have moved. I agree with that, but the reason Dave's going to defend it so hard here, chat, and I'm sorry, I will let them go, but just remember, he suggested like they should move, so he feels all entitled and shit.
They proved the last 2 times that winning in the afternoon doesn't hurt him.
Hold on a second. I knew you were going to say that.
It doesn't hurt them. Fuck, Dave, there's no proof of that. You just keep adding 30,000 or 30%, and there's no proof or evidence of any of that shit.
Hold on, Dave. Listen. No, listen to me for a second.
Yes.
You said we all learned from July 12th, okay?
We sure did.
Listen, there is one thing we learned.
Yes.
There's one thing we factually learned, okay?
Yes. That they can go in the afternoon for a US
Hold
show
on a second.
Jesus Christ, Dave.
As they did there, and in the afternoon for a US
Hold
show,
on a second.
As they did there, and they
Dave?
can do 180.
Dave, oh my God, get me that for the fucking soundboard, somebody. Dave, if there's a better one in here, you guys got to get it, okay? And email it to me, prowrestletimes@gmail.com.
1,000 buys for an afternoon show, which they've also done for All In. So
okay,
we know they can do. We know they can do big.
Can I
numbers for an
continue
afternoon
this before you cut me off? We
Yes,
know
go ahead.
one thing.
I don't believe it's 100,000. I do not believe Dave. Yeah, go ahead. Can I finish? Yeah, go ahead.
No, they can do big.
Can I
numbers for an
continue
afternoon
this
show.
before you cut me off? We
Yes,
know
go ahead.
one thing.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead. I give you permission.
We know
Yeah.
that they ran a show.
Yes.
And WWE counter-programmed with 3 shows that weekend.
Yes.
And who got hurt?
I would say that WWE by running 3 shows hurt themselves. Number one.
My God. Oh man, what was that? I'm smoking over here.
Say that WWE by
one more time for old time's sake.
I would say that WWE by running
the Freudian slip.
Dummy. Yeah.
Dude. WCW's on his mind so hard. Oh, WCW. Holy shit.
3 shows hurt themselves. Number one. NXT got killed because you don't counter program somebody's big show of the year. Just we're going to go put on a show. That was pure arrogance and stupidity. Okay. And did they get hurt on Saturday night's main event? Probably. Perhaps you could even argue that they got hurt enough that they lost NBC in the deal. So yes, who got hurt the most was WWE.
Okay.
Yes.
So
a
that we know.
God.
Okay.
Yes.
And they remember we covered this. Brian and Dave are like, hopefully WWE learned their lesson and backed off. And they learned their lesson going against AEW. And then even Dave is maintaining, yes, WCW. I mean, he smacks his head a couple times. He teleports back to modern time because he's fucking 30 years behind in his head. You know? What is he even talking about? Yeah, WWE learned their lesson. I mean, the virality of what went down, they owned the whole weekend. No one was talking about All In. That's just a lie you guys tell to your fucking audience that isn't true. You shark-brained monster.
Hurt the most was WWE.
Okay.
Yes. Without a doubt.
That we know. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Now, you saying that this is because they ran earlier in the afternoon. We don't know that. We actually that is a subjective opinion. We don't know if that's why the show did well. It might have done well because it went on first.
I'm not saying it would. If it was unopposed at night, it would have done better than the afternoon. I don't think there's any doubt because pay-per-view always does better in prime time. So that's not a question. If he had gone head to head with WWE, no, we can't prove. It probably would have hurt both of them. Actually,
but that's exactly the point here.
Yeah.
Here's my thing, Dave.
But here's okay. Wait. Okay, here's the thing. If you go WWE, as we've seen, doesn't care about hurting themselves if they hurt AEW.
What is he even talking about? What weekend did they hurt themselves? When they did Evolution and then Great American Bash and then Saturday Night Main Event? That whole weekend of crazy shit where they got a billion social media views and they last minute pulled off an Evolution 2 where they had fucking, how many people were there? 8,000 or 9,000 or whatever it was? Just for the women? Like what, how did they lose anything? That's fucking insane. Well, I mean, Great American Bash? Who gives it? What are you talking about? The whole weekend, oh, they'll hurt themselves if it means fucking with AEW. In what way? Anytime they put on a show, it's likely to make money at the rate they're going. So I just don't. And in AEW's case, they're probably not even in. Tony's probably still in the red.
If they'd gone head to head, each one of them would have been hurt without a doubt. Okay. But the point is WWE was fine with it because they booked that show. They booked that Goldberg retirement head to head, knowing they're not going to get the max out of the Goldberg retirement by going head to head. And they didn't care. That's why they booked it. AEW.
Knowing they weren't going to get the max number. Bro, I'm telling you fucking right now. The amount of AEW fans. Like, okay. Dave says that AEW pay-per-views are doing 100 and some thousand buys, right? I can't believe I even have to explain this. This is so stupid. So he's like, oh, All In did 130,000 buys. Let's just give them that. Let's say, okay, 130,000 people bought it. And then how many people were in the building? 20,000. Okay, so 150,000 people watched All In, Dave. Like live as it was happening. And then plus all the illegal streamers and shit that you don't talk about. So that's how many people watched it. How many of those people, like that's like the chorus of sickos. Like, yeah, the people who went to the building to watch All In that night locally didn't watch Goldberg shit because they weren't home. And a lot of them probably even had it on their phones in the fucking building. That's what people do. We spot it all the time. Anyone who's been to a show, people put on fucking, dude, I've done it. I've watched boxing matches in the fucking airport. You go to a restaurant, you throw a fucking, oh, I got to see this. You know, people do it now on their phones all the time. They'll just throw on whatever the other show is to keep their eye on it as well. But you have to really critically think about that, Dave. Of the pay-per-view buys, how many of those 100,000 whatever hardcore sickos were choosing WWE over AEW to begin with? They were choosing AEW no matter what. How does he not understand this? It's like such a simple, basic thing to understand. And yet he condescends and goes, well, smart people, bro. And then he writes like 7 pages of like LL plus 00MM Cuervo. Like, bro, they're just hurting themselves. It was seen by millions of people on NBC and Peacock. 100,000 people by your numbers. Let's say 150,000 bought the pay. Sweet. It's 150,000 people watched it then is what you're saying. Like, how does he not get this? It's insane. Anyway,
Retreated and went to the
they retreated and went to the retreated. Anyways, let's listen.
Knowing they're not going to get the max out of the Goldberg retirement by going head to head, and they didn't care. That's why they booked it. AEW then retreated and went to the afternoon and ended up doing really well. Would they have done better going head to head? Probably not, because then you're talking about going head to head with a free TV show.
It didn't matter. So just think about how he explained that. They went before. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. They did really well. Okay, so some people bought it who would have watched WWE. Maybe. You can't prove that. You're just like 130,000 people bought it. Okay, well, that's about Collision's number. So I believe that many sickos, like that's the rating they just put up the other week. Less than that. Dave's claiming they're selling more pay-per-views than people are watching Collision and shit. So let's just accept what Dave's saying. Okay, I believe there's 100,000 sickos that'll buy a pay-per-view then if they'll tune into Collision. Okay. Goldberg was seen by millions of people, right? Like I can't even explain this. It's so fucking stupid. He just doesn't understand this. And well, on replay, okay, exactly. So I'll watch Goldberg now. I'll buy the pay-per-view and I'll watch it on replay later. It changes nothing. Changes absolutely nothing when they move. If you're sicko enough to buy it and watch it on replay or live, you are gonna do that anyways.
Do free TV head-to-head with the pay-per-view. The free TV usually hurts the pay-per-view.
Here's the thing.
Sometimes considerably.
We have no idea what would happen if an AEW pay-per-view went head-to-head with a WWE main roster show.
We only have evidence show after show after show of both Dynamite and Collision showing that
Dave, if I told you
those are fucking shows.
If I told you that Collision was the same as a pay-per-view.
No, but Dynamite is their biggest show of the week.
It is,
but it's oh my god,
not as big as a pay-per-view.
No, it's not. But it's still
no. Hold on. See, this is the problem. At the peak of WCW, let's just say, like, what was the most views WCW got on an episode? So 6.9 million viewers, right? What's the most, or what's the highest selling WCW pay-per-view and the number of sales? It's not going to be 6.9 million. They did 200,000 pay-per-view buys, where I don't really see 700,000 for Sting, Hogan, Starrcade. So not even a million. You guys get what I'm saying? So 7 million people will watch the fucking show, but only 700 or not even a million will buy the fucking pay-per-view. So when they're like, oh, the pay-per-view's bigger than the fucking, not really, man. Like the magnitude, maybe the attendance, but like more people watch the free TV shit. So when Dave's like, this is their biggest fucking show, but yeah, it does shitty numbers. And then you're still, the conclusion, all you guys are coming to is that 100,000 people watch this shit. Does not matter. They just make the arguments themselves.
But Dynamite is their biggest show, and it got hurt bad, if you remember, by NXT, which is far from a WWE pay-per-view. That's just freaking NXT.
That is
their number 3 show hurt Dynamite, the number 1 show, head-to-head. So now you're saying that
yes, because most beat this to death. Most AEW fans watch WWE. Most WWE fans don't watch AEW.
Show head-to-head. So now you're saying that the
TM
pay-per-view, the biggest thing that WWE has, is not going to hurt an AEW pay-per-view when... And if it was a B pay-per-view with a nothing show, it probably would have hurt. But we're talking about a pay-per-view that's going to be the most publicized pay-per-view that they've had in a long time, with the return of Brock Lesnar, with the return of AJ Lee, with the Usos is back as a tag team.
Dave, then what's the point of streaming? None of this matters because it's streaming now. So you order it, you just stream it later. You stream it the day before, you stream it the day after. You go watch the Goldberg thing. They retreated. Why? So they can get live viewers on the Max thing? Is that what they're trying to do? Okay. Maybe that's actually a good play then, if that's what you're... But just how many of that 100,000 really give a fuck about All Out? Like, what match is on there? FTR and Edge and Christian? Okay. Like, you're a sicko if you're going to go watch that over this shit to begin with. That's... I don't know.
I heard all of this about...
And he's also comparing pay-per-views to... He's also comparing pay-per-views to, like, free TV, to TV, man. So it's not like a apples to apples here.
NBC and Goldberg's retirement and all of this. And it didn't matter to the AEW pay-per-view.
Yeah, because it was on 6 hours later.
We don't know what would have happened. This is my point. We don't know what would happen if you put these head to head. We don't know. It's never happened.
You want to do this? You want to do this argument? Okay. Chris Harrington probably studies this, except for maybe me and a few other people.
Let's hear this.
Chris Harrington studies this more than anyone. Tony Khan studies this incredible.
Oh my God. Tony Khan studies this, but he's just not the best at it yet. I mean, he's just learning the ropes, and one day he'll be in the top conversation.
Best guys, Tony Khan.
Oh my God.
Amount. They made the call.
Yes.
Because they know that if they go in the afternoon, they won't
believe
be hurt.
that they
Joe Hendry shows up, slaps Meltzer.
Will be killed if they go head to head with the WWE show.
I know, because they have example after example after example that has shown that that's what happens. You want to ignore.
So Dave just admitting finally as well, AEW just gets bodied by WWE.
It's never happened.
It has with Dynamite several times.
It has never happened with a pay-per-view, Dave.
Dave is so stupid, and this is the problem. He influenced Tony to back down when I'm with Brian on this. Tony shouldn't have backed down, and I bet Dave would still go, oh, they did like 100,000, which is what they do roughly. I bet under that. I bet less than that every pay-per-view. I bet Dave just adds 30%. That's my belief. And I think they'd take a bit of a hit more. You guys want to know what I think the biggest fucking hit is that this pay-per-view is going to take? The fact that they were like, we're not on Triller, just last minute out of nowhere. It was like, we're not on Triller anymore. Go to Amazon. And then all of a sudden, after like all year, or like a few months out of this year saying, go to Amazon, they go, now come to Max where you get a discount. And then it's $10 more. It's not even a discount. It's a $10 more for the pay-per-view. That is the bigger fuck up here that hurts them and their pay-per-view buys more than going head to head with WWE. It's the age of streaming. If I'm going to buy that shit, I'm going to buy that shit. And if I'm going to dual screen it, I'm going to double cup it. I'm going to triple cup it, dude. I'm going to double cup it, 2 cups, like Tony Khan, and have fucking, and have 2 screens going. That's what I do. So I know not everyone can fucking do that, but it's like, you'll watch one after. I don't know. I only do that too, because if I wasn't streaming shit going head to head as well, I wouldn't do that. I would watch one after, personally.
Never happened with a pay-per-view.
So it happened with you're gonna learn from Dynamite.
No, you're gonna learn. You have to learn from a pay-per-view because it's not a Dynamite they're going up against. It's a pay-per-view.
Guess what? Do you want to make the risk, or do you want to take the non-risk?
Honestly,
the non-risk, you coward. This is what I mean, dude. Take the risk. What do you have to lose? It's a calculated one, too, if you really calculated it the way I did in my head. I bet 100,000 people buy it, regardless of what time it's on. They just watch it the next day. Or the sickos who are going to choose that over WWE. Like, Dave's acting like it'll be 0 buys. If they go head-to-head, it won't be. What do you think, 50,000 buys? And then Dave always says the last-minute buys. Okay, so these people are they're smart enough to do last-minute buys, but they're too restarted to fucking do like the next day, or like I'll just order it after this other one's over or whatever. It's on streaming now. It's on. Poor people don't like. Where's the sound? Poor people don't like AEW, so why don't they just buy it after? And that extra $10 shouldn't matter on the Max sub and all that.
Poor people don't like AEW.
Fucking clown shoes.
Non-risk is going in the afternoon, which we've already proven the last 2 shows going in the afternoon. The last show,
we're the Revolution. We're the risky, edgy wrestling company. Fucking, oh, dude, don't do the risk, Tony, please. Look at him just beg and grovel.
Which we've already proven the last 2 shows going in the afternoon.
2 shows. Well, let me tell you, the last 2 shows. That's why I make him sound like Whitney Cumming, because he's just such like a Southern California fucking prissy pants.
The last show from England did about the same as Double or Nothing, essentially the same. Okay, so we've already proved, and Double or Nothing is theoretically as big or bigger than Forbidden Door. So what we've proven,
okay,
theoretically, it was like their WrestleMania for the longest time.
That it probably doesn't hurt. We know that it's not going to hurt much going in the afternoon. We know that. We don't know how much it will be hurt going head to head.
Exactly.
It's not going to hurt them that much. We know that. I honestly don't think you do, Dave. I don't think All Out is as hyped up as this last show, and I don't think the numbers are accurate. I think you were pulling them out of your ass and inflating them.
We don't know, but we know the other one. We know the other.
We know too. Like, we know he's just Team Tony all day.
Their win is a win,
and I mean, like, that's fine, dude. But like, be honest about that.
Okay, but hold on, Dave.
So we're gonna risk. We're gonna for no reason now. We're going to.
No, there is a reason. Can I say my thing?
For no reason now, we are going to risk. And I get it. I rant and I go, what we should do when I'm pitching. I do that for both AEW and WWE. Dave is calling WWE WCW and then being like, oh, what we need to do. He thinks it's like him and Tony versus Eric, and Conan's there wrestling. Orale, mirasa. Fucking Wolfpack is back causing mass. He thinks he's like duking it out with Tony, and it's like Eric Bischoff and Conan and WCW versus, they're taking on Nitro. Like, what does he think is going on, man? This guy's losing his shit.
Here is the reason. Here is the reason, Dave. Okay.
Right.
If this were my money and I were a billionaire,
yes,
I am running the show head to head because I want to know. Because he has moved.
It's not worth. Is it worth?
And for Brian as well, it's like, well, shut the fuck up. Like, okay, I want to know. Who cares what you want? You bug-eyed motherfucker. Who cares what you want? Like, I agree with you. They should have just went head to head. They called for the smoke. They should have inhaled. But I'm just saying, at the same time, who gives a fuck, though? At the end of the day, like, you're going to watch both. It's probably better for your workflow that day. It will be for mine. It'll be a longer stream, but it's like, I'd rather like be able to give my full honest opinion on one and then full honest opinion. And it is full and honest when you're watching them dual screen. But at the same time, it's like, sometimes you see a YouTube clip later or a Twitter clip later of something and you're like, oh yeah, maybe that was a little sweeter than I thought. Or, oh shit, that fucking pop was whatever. You're absorbing a lot when it's both at once and you're hearing two crowds and shit. Anyways.
There's a reason. Can I say my thing? Listen, here is the reason. Here is the reason, Dave. Okay.
Right.
If this were my money and I were a billionaire,
yes,
I am running.
Okay. Fantasy Mark booking. I like it.
Running the show head to head because I want to know. Because he has moved.
It's not worth. Is it worth the risk?
For me as a billionaire? Yes.
Yeah, exactly. You guys always, Dave, you're always talking. I can't even get through 2 seconds of this thing. Dave's always talking about how Tony's got the money, and he's bringing in $3.6 million. Why are you so desperately worried, Dave? This is what's so funny. And I point this out all the time. Only here at PWT, Dave is freaking out, even though while he's lying about these numbers, he's freaking out and getting angry about NXT and TNA and AAA and shit and the star rating. He knows it's all going to blow up in his face. And if he was honest about, well, I mean, now the money's just rolling in. Like a few months ago, Dave's just fucking, cock of the walk, fucking Mr. Moneybags. Oh, the money's rolling in. 3.6 milli, a milli times 3, Brian. He's just fucking hyping it up. 3 milli a week. Right? And now he's like desperate. Is it worth it to go head to head? Well, yeah, Mr. Moneybags, $3 billion a month or whatever the fuck you're saying. Yeah, take the hit. Why not? Why the fuck not? Yeah. And that's what Brian, he's just like, dude, yes. If the money's rolling in like you say, Dave, but Dave's like freaking out because he knows the truth.
I need to know this.
Is it worth the risk of
because you know what? Them moving, WWE is going to fuck with them every time.
Every time now. They just called the shit. WrestleMania, Double or Nothing. No, I added that part. But they are like, get your tickets all in with the gold shit. We covered it earlier in WWE news. If you're watching this in a clip form, go and find my clip of WWE news where they straight up jacked the fucking slogan and the color scheme of AEW, WWE did, and the promo code for the early tickets or whatever it is WWE All In or whatever for WrestleMania, their Double or Nothing doubleheader in Vegas. It's WrestleMania Double or Nothing. And Brian, you're too late. This is the one thing, Brian. You should have been going off like this 5 years ago, 4 years ago about AEW because they're fucked now. And WWE is just fucking with them now. There's no stop to it now. Once they've gone this far, there's no stopping it. No matter how hard you try, you can't stop me now.
Them moving, WWE is going to fuck with them every time. Every time now, because they know they're going to move. One of these days, he's going to move, and they're also going to move. Have you grabbed your
Yes. And, I mean, what an amazing fight. Round of applause for that fight. I love it. Fight. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Dave Meltzer, Dumb Moment of the Week. And a little Brian in there. A lot of Brian standing up for himself, trying, as it were. And you obviously know the rest.
This just in, we have confirmed that Dave Meltzer fears PWT and flutes.
Chef's kiss. What an amazing show, guys. It has been almost 5 hours. Round of applause. Oh, let me check in with chat here. I'm so sorry. We have a super duper chat here. What a fucking dude. We flew through. There was so much to get through, and we got through it all tonight. Amazing. Plinian Pixel Art for 2 says, I love it when they fight, dude. Me too. What up, Plinian? Dude, me too. And thank you for your support, bruv. And ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for you for being the greatest audience in the world. 400 of you watching across X and YouTube. Fluctuating a bit there, but about 400. Appreciate you all. Guys, tune in Saturday. It is Saturday. Monday for Member Monday. I'm all over the place. Wednesday, Saturday, and maybe Friday if we do the SmackDown AAA show. I don't know. We'll talk about it on Wednesday. Become a member. It's only 99 cents. You get access to my bonus shows. Patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. Be good to each other. I've been your host, Phil Marks. Yeah. Where's my goddamn yeah? And yes, the weekly shout out, I will do that. I will shout out members and patrons tomorrow on the fucking member show. Okay. I'm going to shout everybody out. Appreciate you guys. Be good to each other. Until next time, I bid you adieu. I'll see you guys Monday, okay, for the member show. Peace.
It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing melts. You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know, what's the point? The point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We have just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye. Boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be around like my favorite movie. Time. So great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
To keep themselves safe.